welcome to today's summit on purpose-driven marketing. Today we will be joined by marketing leaders from Banfield Pet Hospitals, Hugo Boss, Giving Tuesday, Johnson & Johnson, SAP, Unilever, Lyft, and many more. Please be sure to ask questions and use the chat to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Before we kick off with today's livecast, we would like to share a short reel highlighting our South by Southwest Tentpole event from March and all of the amazing speakers who participated. Take it away. Okay, well, we will be skipping that reel for today. So without further ado, I am thrilled to welcome our first speakers of the day. Please give a warm welcome for Lisa Stockman, the Chief Marketing Officer at Banfield Pet Hospitals, which will be moderated by Jesus Ramirez, the Vice President of Strategy and Innovation at Tallwave. Hello to you both.
Hi there, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Hello, Lisa.
There we go. How are you? Is that
Good.
better?
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
So great to have you. I'll let you two take it away.
That's
Awesome.
good.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Jesus, how are you?
Good, good. So I guess we'll kick it off. Excited to be here. It looks like we're going to be the ones kicking off the day, so that's exciting.
It is exciting.
Yeah. So let me maybe start with just giving a quick introduction about myself, and then we'll jump right into it. So my name is Jesus Ramirez. I am the VP of Strategy and Innovation at Tallwave. So Tallwave is a customer experience design company. We partner with bold, ambitious, and really purpose-driven companies who are shaping the future of customer experience. And I'm here today with Lisa Stockman, the CMO of Banfield Pet Hospitals. And again, really excited about this conversation. I think for people on the West Coast, it's it's the morning, so that maybe they're having their coffee. For those on the East Coast, maybe sitting down to have lunch. So this is perfect timing for us to get started. So maybe a good place to start, Lisa, would be just learning about you. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and then the journey that really led you to where you are today?
Yeah, absolutely. As you noted, I'm the CMO of Banfield Pet Hospitals, Chief Marketing Officer, and got here by sort of an interesting path and love being part of the pet category, the pet community. It's really, at this time, especially during the pandemic, it's wonderful to work with pets, and lucky enough to work with some of the best veterinarians in the industry. But I started my career in entertainment, actually in advertising, moved over to entertainment, marketing, worked for a long time for different divisions of Time Warner. I worked for HBO, I worked for Time Warner Cable, I worked for Time Inc., and really got my training sort of how to build brands in that corporate setting. And as my son says, that's when there was a Time Warner. I was like, yes, when there was a Time Warner. But an amazing part of my experience. And just working with brands, entertainment, how to sort of engage people, how to motivate people. I think all of marketing is always about sort of the buy. You want them to buy your products, whatever they are. And throughout my career, I've had some interesting stints, spent some time at Limited Brands, and also some time in financial services, which was great. But most of my career has been, I moved from entertainment to healthcare. I was Chief Marketing Officer at City of Hope for a number of years. And from there, a colleague who was at Banfield Pet Hospital said, hey, you would like to, you might like the pet industry. And that wasn't something that I really thought. If you had told me, I would be working for Banfield Pet Hospital, I was like, now, why would I do that? but I have to say, it has been an amazing journey to go from human healthcare to the pets. Banfield is one of the divisions of Mars Inc., working for Mars company has just been really delightful. So, and again, the whole purpose of this is that working with Banfield, which is a purpose-driven organization, my first go around with the veterinarians, with the doctors. And of course, to be a veterinarian, it's something that is often a calling. vets will tell you that when they were 7 or 8, they decided they want to be a vet. So it's great to work with those people who have a natural calling and a natural care and empathy. And, how do we sort of, as we look at Banfield, we always look at not only the pet, the client, the doctor, and sort of working through all those different groups, and how do we sort of position and shape Banfield Pet Hospital has been my job. And it's just been, it's very marketing in terms of try to get new clients in, acquisition, try to keep our old clients, retention, acquisition, retention, and then build a brand, an umbrella that everyone that knows Banfield can be comfortable with. So it's been an interesting journey, always in mind. I think if someone asked me, well, what has propelled you? I was like, it's always been my curiosity and the fact that there's a challenge. How do we I remember from graduate school and B school, it was always like, how do we help this man? How do we make things better? I think that has been sort of my guiding light in terms of, how can I make an impact in the work that I do? And it's been easy when you work at a place, not easy, but, interesting at a place at Banfield, because people are so incredibly, they're into the purpose, they're into their work, they're committed.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you hit on so many interesting things, everything from your experience and how that shaped you over the years and really brought you to Banfield. And that's really interesting. And then you also hit on COVID and the role that pets have had during this past year. And I think that's really fascinating. Perhaps we'll get into that at some point during the conversation, because I think that is really fascinating.
Yeah, no, it is. It absolutely. And I'm one of those people that I got a COVID puppy. I have a puppy that I got in, I think I know I got her in November. Her name is Pia, but she's been an incredible companion and, my newest baby, especially during COVID when you're feeling isolated. So I to see firsthand and that human animal bond, which I grew up with dogs and I raised my children with dogs, but now I have my own dog. And it's been a really unique and good experience. So I know how comforting they are.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. You mentioned, so you mentioned your journey, and you talked about some of the incredible organizations that you've worked with, and you started to talk a little bit about Banfield in particular and what really drew you to Banfield. I'm wondering if you might be able to just elaborate a little bit more, because you started to hit on it, but I'd love to just maybe kind of unpack that a little bit more, because I do think that there are some unique characteristics about Banfield, and I'd love to maybe hear those from you.
Sure. I think one of the things that certainly was a plus for me for Banfield is that it is indeed a mission-driven brand. It's something that comes from our purpose, a better world for pets. And the people who I work with on an everyday basis, that's part of their, quite frankly, part of their halo, a part of their energy. So with Banfield, it was certainly, I spoke about how can I make a difference? How could I be part of, expanding Banfield's footprint, but even more so, how could I be part of expanding Banfield in the hearts and minds of consumers? So I was certainly driven by the idea that I could make a difference and I could help this organization. But the people that are part of the whole veterinarian process are really very, very special, that whole category. Very driven by care, empathy, making the pets better, because obviously the pets can't speak themselves. So, yeah. The role that the doctor plays is so critically important. So I was certainly, I found it kind of, in some ways, kind of fascinating that there's this group that is so involved in the whole human animal bond and how to make it better. So, and I thought from a marketing perspective, it was a great, I had done some work in retail. I had worked in healthcare. And to be honest, after doing human healthcare and then doing with the pets, human healthcare can be very, very sad, very, very sad, very serious, and critically important. Don't get me wrong. But the pets, if you've ever seen sort of, a basket full of puppies, that's love. So it's been great to be part of an organization that is keeping these pets healthy. And Banfield is generally, when you buy a puppy, Banfield's usually your first step. When you get a puppy, your Banfield is usually one of your first stops in terms of wellness, care. So, we do work that's important, and there's just a lot of love. You see those puppies and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So,
who doesn't love a basket full of puppies?
Puppies, I know.
That's amazing. So, You mentioned that the Banfield is a mission-driven company. It's quite clear just in our brief conversations. Can you share what that means specifically within Banfield?
Yeah, well, within Banfield, we have a lot of key issues that all of our associates rally around. Sustainability is really important. And we've started numerous projects inside the organization, outside the organization to address those issues. Corporate social responsibility. We play a huge role with our local shelters. Banfield has over 1,000 hospitals across the US. And we have a huge volunteer arm of Banfield that plays a role in helping shelters, local shelters. We are very much part of the communities where we reside. And I think that's really important. We also have the Banfield Foundation, which is Banfield's charitable arm. And they've been around for about 5 years and impact over 5 million pets since their inception. So when you look at sort of the work that Banfield does in the communities and in our larger footprint, you'll see that they're very concerned about the communities we live in and how do we give back. And constantly, there's a rallying cry, how do we make this a better world for pets? And you'll see that that sort of activity is part of our DNA.
Yeah, that's great. You mentioned one thing that I found really interesting, which was the Go Greener paper initiative. And obviously there's a lot of things that you guys are doing, but wondering if you can touch briefly on that one in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. We had almost a 40% reduction in terms of our paper usage, and I think that you'll see this in many corporations across the U.S. Less reliance on paper and more reliance on technology, and we've joined that sort of march. Making sure that we're using digital technology to sort of erase our footprint as much as possible, and making it easier for customers to access us and get information about their pets. So, and just being very intentional about, how we can sort of, again, reduce that footprint. So it's been great to see. I mean, when you look at Banfield, we have a lot of enthusiastic associates, a lot of millennials. So there's always a lot of energy about sort of, what is our larger purpose? You will see that throughout the organization and what impact we're having.
Yeah, I think that's really appropriate with Earth Day.
Yes.
Upon us, and I know at our company we're doing an Earth Day competition, and we incentivize people, and it makes it a little bit more competitive, and it's fun. Everybody gets involved in it, and our employees are also both competitive, and they care about those things as well. So
care about the planet, absolutely. It becomes a challenge a little bit now that we're all sort of dispersed. You don't have the same sort of camaraderie, but people care, whether it's through Zoom or whatever, activities being had. There's definitely a lot of concern for, how do we make a difference?
Yeah, no, I know that's something that a lot of people are thinking about these days, and that's fantastic. So so the event is, so I'm gonna maybe switch a little bit. It's in the same kind of vein, but really the event is around purpose-driven marketing, and and one thing I'd be curious to hear from you is what role does your purpose, which is a better world for pets, play in your brand awareness, in your marketing efforts? How does it come up? How do you incorporate it?
Well, how do we incorporate? We incorporate it in a couple of ways. We launched a new campaign about a year ago, which is Banfield Here, and it's the idea of, you'll see it's like be here, and it's the idea that Banfield and all the associates, the doctors, everyone, that we're here for you, that we're part of your local community, and I think that's how you'll see the brand being expressed throughout, certainly throughout all of our internal work, but also all of our external consumer facing work. And at Banfield, it's interesting. We have incredibly enthusiastic associates who are rallying and are in support of how can Banfield be here for people? How can Banfield be here for the pets that we love? So, you'll see that our brand essence really encompasses all of that meaning, all of that thoughtfulness. So in all the work that we do, whether it's acquisition work, retention work, it really is understating or making sure that we are sharing with all the communities that we serve, that we are here for you, that we are part of your community, that we are part of a larger purpose. And with that, we provide incredible care for pets. and wellness. And I think all of that leads to, our sort of larger tag, a better world for pets. I think the consistency with which we work and the communication that you see ladders up to that brand purpose. And it's very important. And it's not, we don't just say it, we live it, and I think that's the difference between sort of purpose-driven brands. And the people who work in this space, Jesus, are people who really want to be in the space, right?
Yeah.
Like they're committed, and they understand that when you come to one of our hospitals, you're concerned about your pet, whether it's something that's happened right away or you're concerned about something that will happen. So I think everything that we do touches on that larger purpose. And we're just lucky enough, or lucky is probably not the right word, but people who want to be in this space are in this space. So you have a lot of care, you have a lot of empathy, and we're able to draw upon that.
I mean, there's so much in there that I want to maybe dive into. One thing that you mentioned, and it really just dawned on me right now as you're describing this, the Be Here, the Be Here initiative.
Mm-hmm.
I love the duality of it,
Mm-hmm.
because it's both being here for the community, being here for your customers, for your pets, but then I think the duality of it is that it's also internal.
Yes, absolutely.
So being here for your employees and supporting employees, and ultimately they're the ones supporting your pets and your customers, but the organization is supporting employees. I think that's powerful.
Yeah, no, it's worked so well, and I love that, the duality. You're absolutely right. And what we appreciate about it is it's not forced. We have a very tenured workforce. We have associates, 18,000 associates across the US who really care about the animals they see on a day-to-day basis, so that we can be here for them. And then we can also have that internal rallying cry. Has been really, it's been important and has helped create some momentum. As you know, during COVID, more and more folks have gotten pets, and we've seen our business, really expand, and that's been fantastic. So, the importance of what we do, I think we're all even more aware of it, because, during COVID, there is isolation, right?
Yeah.
We did a couple of things with the brand, or with the hospitals, that we moved toward a touchless society. The whole idea that you could do drop off as opposed to coming into our hospitals, the whole idea that you could do all of the paperwork digitally. So, it has helped in so many ways sort of organize all of our thoughts and the organization in terms of how can we be here for the clients that we serve, how can we be here for the pets that we serve, and how can, quite frankly, it's been wonderful, how can we be here for each other? Our field organization is amazing. It's they did not have the luxury of not working, because they were essential workers. So our vets were on the front line. And, it just gives it even more meaning to the whole be here, so, and I know I've had to take my pup in, and so grateful that, everything has worked smoothly, that these doctors are so committed, right?
Yeah.
So it's just been an interesting time. I'm curious, see how historians look back at what has happened in this last year, and the commitment that employees have had and people have had, and veterinarians have been essential workers. They have been on the front lines as well with your pets. So it's been an interesting rallying cry. Yeah,
I mean, it's been interesting to say the least, and I'm very hopeful that a lot of the goodwill, and a lot of the one thing that this last year has shown us is just how empathetic we all can be, how how well we can show up for each other, and
it's true.
And it's important.
Yeah, kindness has played a huge role, don't you think, in sort of every brand's development. So it certainly is something that I think we see on a daily basis, because we do care for animals.
Yeah, kindness, compassion, empathy.
So important, right?
So important. Yeah. I want to circle back to another thing you mentioned, which was, again, really fascinating, which is you mentioned that a lot of companies will sort of set it and forget it, this purpose. And for some companies, some brands, it really is a living and breathing thing. And by God, I mean, it feels like at Banfield, it really is a living and breathing thing on a daily basis across the organization. And so I'm just wondering if there are ways, if you can maybe think about things that you do that are deliberate perhaps that others in the audience can emulate to always keep the purpose top of mind? And I know it's going to be contextual based on different
Yeah.
businesses, but what are some things that maybe others could emulate?
Well, I think we're really lucky in so many ways at Banfield. First of all, our CEO, Brian Garish, lives and breathes the mission, right? So it comes from the top down, and it comes, Brian runs Banfield Pet Hospitals, but we're part of Mars, obviously. And Mars is an incredibly mission-based organization. It cares greatly about its associates. It cares about people. So I think when you think about what do you do, I think, it's certainly helpful that if your entire structure is about your purpose. And I think it's important that you have consistency, and you talked about this, that your employees buy in as well as the consumers understand sort of what is your purpose. So I think there's consistency of messaging, consistency of behavior. One of the things I love about Banfield is we walk the walk. We are in those communities, we are making a difference. We do have a nonprofit arm. So not only will you see sort of in print, we have a great communications department that helps sort of, explain the work that we're doing and share the work we're doing, but you'll see a consistency in that. And you'll see that, the work that we do in the communities, it all ladders up to our purpose, a better world for pets. So, I think it is, a couple of things. I think it's having the support of senior management. It's making sure all your message is aligned and consistent. It's, having employees and associates rather that also buy into what you're saying. That's critical, but I think at the end of the day, we have those 1,000 different hospitals. And when you walk into them, you're going to see our commitment to the pets. You're going to see the commitment to our purpose. We live it. And the thing about veterinarian work and what people are doing is that, the folks who do it are about it. You know what I mean? Like we're vets, so it's kind of fascinating. So, I walk into and I work with people who are naturally committed. It's not like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go there and do something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what they do. So it's with that comes a lot of amazing energy and emotion, but it's also focused on the mission.
Yeah, that's fantastic. One of the things that, we've seen, and it's been an interesting trend that we follow, but in recent years, we've been seeing a lot of purpose-driven, mission-driven brands start to have success and start to really gain some momentum. And I'm curious, given your background, given your experience across different industries and companies, what do you think are some of the market dynamics that are driving this shift, driving this momentum?
Yeah. Well, I really think it's changing demographics. When I look at sort of, what millennial and is it Gen Z, what they require from their employers, what they want from their lives, very different. And I'm a boomer. I'm at the end of it. But what I expect, what I ask of myself, of my corporation, or where I work is very different. Then I love the fact that the millennials walk their walk. Like this is what they're demanding of organizations. This is what they require. They don't separate their work self from their real self. And I think that's a little different and generational. But I think there's also a wonderful energy as you see these demographic shifts. That they are very interested in brands that live the purpose and brands that underscore what's important to them. I think that's fantastic. You'll see that generation lean more into social issues. That generation, it's just fascinating. So I think that is, you have to meet the consumer where they're at, right? And that's today's consumer is just very different. Their demands are different, and I think it's fantastic. I look at I have a son who works for Disney, and he says, my mom worked in marketing before there was digital. And I'm like, really? Makes me feel like a dinosaur, but I'm not. Because digital has not been around that long.
Yeah. That's funny.
I know, I'm like, so, I think all of these digital natives are just, making so many things possible and important for brands, how we need to respond to their needs and their wants. It's fascinating, but it's exciting, right? Because it brings change.
Yeah.
And things are evolving. So I think all of that has made you have to be, how are you going to be a purpose-driven organization? I mean, you have organizations like Chase coming out in support of social issues.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You know, the NFL, you know, I mean, it's fantastic. And of course, Mars, I'm incredibly proud of the stance that they've taken. So I think it's a different world, and I'm glad for it.
It is.
I'm glad for it.
Yeah, me too. And it's interesting. You hit on some of the younger generations, and they they tend to get catch a lot of flack, but I mean, I love it. I love younger generations, and the fact that they do recognize their values early on, recognize their voice, their power, their level of influence, and really are willing to and have the courage to stand up for it, right? And
courage, absolutely. Yeah. And as a marketer, they make me think differently, right?
Yeah.
You know, like how am I going to sell to this base? You know, what's important to them? You know, and it's what's wonderful is if you can sell to them and you do things that they value and it's purpose driven, that's great. You know.
Yeah. So similar to this trend towards purpose-driven, mission-driven, we're seeing a lot of brands that align. Consumers are increasingly choosing brands that align with their values, and that are prioritizing things like equity, inclusion, and diversity. And so I'm curious, from your perspective, why should brands follow suit and really start to elevate the importance of equity, inclusion, and diversity in their organizations?
Well, I think, look, equity, inclusion, diversity are part of the fabric of American life. It's not a nice to do. I mean, the fact that you and I are having this discussion shows you how diverse, the world is. So it's not about choosing to do this. This is what's in front of you. This is the best way for you to make money, and brands like that. So there's always an amazing statistics that I always find makes me smile. 40% of millennials consider themselves something other than white. So as you look at the changing demographics of your customer base, you need to be reflective of the society where we live. So do I think diversity, equity, and inclusion are important? Yes, I think they are important because it's incredibly important for businesses to reflect the communities that they serve, and I think you're seeing that across, in every walk of life. So, and I also think different people bring different ideas to the table, and different ideas that are around the table, you get better ideas, and that's what's going to progress and make your corporation, your organization grow. And for me, I've always had diverse teams, and I love working with people who have different ideas. I love working with people who don't look like me. There's no way I could still be marketing and be effective if I wasn't open to everyone. And that's part of that millennial base, right? Part of that Z base. I learned from so many different people. And I think equity and inclusion is part of that. Putting your biases aside and realizing that, the fabric of America is changing drastically, as it should. And that's a good thing because it brings more smart people, more thoughts around your table. So, and I think it's wonderful that organizations like Banfield, Mars, one of the things that's interesting about Banfield is 85% of our workforce is female. It's young and it's largely white. So it's interesting to see sort of how Banfield has taken a really aggressive stance in terms of how are we more reflective of the communities where we reside. And I think that's a good thing,
Absolutely. And I know that Banfield is a tremendous leader in this space, and you've done a lot of things. And so I'm wondering if you can maybe share some of the efforts that you've stood up and some of the initiatives that you're driving to really drive this focus on equity, inclusion, and diversity.
Well, first of all, we have a CEO, Brian Garish, who walks the walk, very involved in sort of, that the whole diversity, equity, inclusion, very front and center, which is great. We also have huge P&O, people and organization initiatives that are a part of making sure that we're hiring as many diverse people as we can, and making sure that our slates, when we look at people, that they are indeed diverse. We have diversity resource councils that were, you have African American, Hispanic, Asian. So as well as the gay community, we all have different resource groups to make sure that the voices of those communities are heard and are part of the thinking and the strategies as we look at our customers, as we look at the folks we serve, our associates. So it's just, again, and I'm a big seat at the table, making sure that all the voices have access. We also have a wonderful partnership with Tuskegee, which has a veterinarian school. So we give money to Tuskegee, and we also we share a partnership with them. So it's been just, again, how are we doing things that can actively support various communities? And the reason to do that is not because it's good to do. It always makes me smile. I was like, because this is the world we live in,
Yeah.
So yes, I do think at Banfield, again, we have leadership that really enthusiastically embraces, and equity, inclusion, and diversity initiatives. And it's very diverse. On our leadership team, we have African-American women, we have Asians, we have a lot of, it's just, when I look at Banfield, I'm like, oh my God, we're not the future, we're now,
Right now.
and
Exactly.
we're right now. So that's a good thing. So again, it's being proactive and realizing that the world is so much larger than, than a boardroom that is all white or all male.
Yeah.
So.
And one thing that I find fascinating about what you're doing is that a lot of organizations, they may be making these changes internally within their organizations, but one thing that I find fascinating about Banfield is that you're really also looking broader beyond that into the entire industry and really driving a more diverse pipeline of veterinarians in this profession. And that's a big commitment of yours as well.
It is. There are certainly resource groups that we manage and we support that underscore the need for diversity. And our chief medical officer is very involved in that. So it's helpful that, again, we've put together sort of a charge of activities that we're going to support, and it's being supported by very senior people. And I think that's different, or can be different. So, and we have long-term plans about how we can make a difference. Ultimately, Brian, the CEO, talks about sort of, you go into communities that have never seen veterinarians that look like them. And we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity, if indeed they have that calling when they're 7 or 8, let's make sure that we make it possible for them to be a vet.
That's fantastic. So given the audience, with a lot of marketers, one question that's coming up is, what role should marketers play in promoting EI&D?
Yeah, well, I think understanding, I think as a marketer, you have to understand how diverse perspectives motivate your work, how important it is for, everyone, not everyone, but it's how important it is to make sure that you're getting diverse thoughts, diverse people who are part of your solution. Otherwise you're really not going to make the impact that you want, because American society is diverse. So as marketers, I think you have to be aware of your own narrowing, right? Be aware, self-aware that when you have people of different races around the table, you're not doing it because it's good to do. You're doing it because it's economic, because that's how you will make money. So I think it's as a marketer, you really need to think about sort of, what does the world look like, and what's the best way to reach these different audiences? And, you may not have all the answers. So you want to assemble a team that, quite frankly, is more reflective of American society. And I think as you do that, it will be diverse.
Yeah. One thing that I just find interesting, so we see a lot of early stage startups that are new ventures, and one of the things that I've seen recently is, or in the last, 5 years or so, is just the diversity of founders, and the ideas that they're pursuing are fundamentally different than even the ideas that were 5 years ago. And it's because they have a different perspective, and they're able to see opportunities that others, quite frankly, just didn't, because they don't see it from their lens. And so I think in a similar way, it's just about perspective, ideas, having a different perspective on the world and being able to see
Right.
different ideas.
I agree with you. It's just, I think it's always interesting because look, obviously I'm Black, I'm a woman. So I have a perspective and I see outside of just sort of that sort of what works for white America, because I have to. But if you're white, you may not see outside of what works for white America. You know what I mean? Like I have been enculturated to understand how does a larger community look at this. But I don't know from a Black standpoint or as a woman's standpoint, you may view this a little differently. So I think you have to be aware.
Yeah.
That self-awareness I think has always kept me sort of on my toes, that, how do you market to these different communities? Because I think what you're seeing in that equity space is that there's money there.
Yeah.
So different ideas. So I think you have to stay. That's why I talk about my kids, because they've made me aware of so much, right? Like I'm like, I'm learning constantly. And I think as a marketer, you have to be learning constantly.
Yeah, in a way, it's recognizing your blind spots, right?
You said it best. Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm not sure as marketers always know they have blind spots.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because it's individual blind spots and then organizational blind spots.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And it can be, you might not be aware of it, and it's funny because I always think of there's, I think it's maybe it's called the Johari window, where there's the blind spots that you know of, and there's the blind spots that you don't know of.
It's true. It's true.
So,
it's true.
just
but
getting
you have to be open to the fact that you have blind spots. That's where I find, right, people like, we have all the answers. I'm like, you don't. No one does, right? Because it's always evolving and changing. So being open to the fact that you have blind spots,
Yeah, no, that's great. That's I think that's a good one. That's a good practical advice to maybe seek that out proactively.
Seek that out. Yeah. So
you've mentioned a lot in terms of culture and how do you drive these sort of purpose-driven, mission-driven initiatives organizationally, and a lot of it has to do with is driving alignment, having commitment from leadership. There's a lot of leaders in the audience as well today, and so what practical advice would you give them? What would you give them in leadership positions?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think so many people have great ideas about culture and sort of, how to make those change, how to change culture, which can be very difficult to do. But I think the way to get that alignment is to make sure everyone is aware of where you're going. I think sometimes people are not sort of, you have to be open. I hate to use this word, but you need sometimes internal campaigns that people understand, what is the vision? What is the why? Why are we doing this? And I think it's really important, that communication factor, to have a communication partner, not only having all of the leadership team in agreement, but having, a roadmap that everyone has leaned into and agrees and able to communicate that. That's where the real magic happens, because you have to, especially at Banfield, you got 18,000 people, you may have a leadership team of 10, but how do you make the decisions that are supported by these 10 people? How do you make the other 18,000 aware of them? And I think that goes to the consistency, the roadmap, the vision, the communication plan, and then do it all over again. You know what I mean? To keep saying it. But I think that is a way that you impact culture in a meaningful way. But sometimes I'm sure you find organizations, you're having the same conversations with the same people, but then the other people aren't going to be aware of what this movement is about. How do you make sure that you're touching as many different people in a way that's important to them? So
you mentioned something very interesting, which is internal. I like the way you phrase it, internal campaigns, and it's almost like an internal roadmap around communication and just reiterating the vision, reiterating the purpose, the why, and really treating it like a campaign, similar to the way that you would do it externally, right?
Absolutely, and that's how you'll bring about not only people understanding the vision, but hopefully buying into it.
Yeah. So, Ariel, I'm not sure if you're cutting us off here, but I haven't gotten to Q&A, and there's a bunch of questions. So I'm wondering if I could maybe ask one or two of these.
How about we do a lightning round of 2 of them?
Okay, sounds good. Let me pick. Okay, here's a good one. When everything is back to normal, how will your industry have changed permanently?
In a couple of ways, I think that whole touchless society, making sure that we have digital pathways to reach our customer, making sure that we have convenience. Right now, customers cannot come into our Banfield stores. We do a lot of sort of people waiting because it's just, because of COVID. We can't have lots of people sort of standing in line. So we've just got very more thoughtful and smarter about all of our digital contacts. So you'll see us being more efficient and more customer ready. So I think it's sort of that map, that digital map that we had sped up, and in a very good way. So I think you'll see more efficiency.
That's fantastic. And then the last one, and this one's from Lauren. Love this discussion, purpose and puppies. How is Banfield measuring the success of its purpose communications?
Well, again, we measure it through engagement. If you're talking about in terms of how many employees have responded to our emails, to our internal websites, how do internals respond? We have very good feedback loops. We talk to people on a quarterly basis to get sort of their insights and their thoughts. So again, it's being purposeful about, making sure there's a feedback loop. So that's how we'll measure it. We'll measure it by levels of engagement, whether it's digital, whether it's people attending our internal meetings. So it's how engaged are they? People, if you have 16,000 employees and you hear from 5, you got a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, okay. I guess that's it, right?
Thank you so much for including me. I look forward. Thank you so much for your time. It's been great to talk to you, Jesus, and Ariel. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for fostering such crucial, important, and engaging conversations around purpose-driven marketing. So with that, I will bring on the next 2 speakers to our stage. We have an exciting session lined up for you guys. Chris Martinelli, the Vice President of Marketing and Communications at Hugo Boss, moderated by Uma, the Product Marketing Director at Neustar. Welcome both. Hello. Hi, Chris. Hi, Uma.
Hi, Ariel. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm well.
Welcome, Uma.
Hi, Ariel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the introduction, and hello, everyone. And thanks for joining us here today. I'm Uma Kanapan, and I'm a product marketing director at Neustar. A little bit of background on Neustar. Neustar really partners with some of the largest brands in the world to help them understand their customers better, orchestrate their journey across multiple channels, and optimize their marketing investments. And doing this all in a privacy-friendly way. I'm really excited to join this conversation today with Chris Martinelli, and I'm going to have Chris introduce himself and tell us a little bit more about what he does day to day at Hugo Boss.
Yeah, thank you, Uma. So I'm the Vice President of Marketing Communications for North America for Hugo Boss Fashions, Inc., parent company to Hugo Boss AG, which is our global brand. Overseeing all of North America in terms of marketing related activities, retail, wholesale, digital, e-commerce, performance marketing, as well as CRM. And then on the other flip side, also overseeing all of the PR, public relations, communications, celebrity events, influencer marketing, everything, pretty much everything in the kitchen sink.
Yeah, you have a lot on your plate, Chris. So I think it's a perfect segue to kick off our conversation. When we talk about purpose-driven marketing, we always hear the term "doing well while doing good," and it seems like an easy win, right? But yet many companies struggle to execute against this. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think purposeful driven marketing, is taking on a a new definition right now in the last 12 to 16 months and what we've kind of seen. And I also think that, you know, it's important to understand your customer, right? And to understand the needs of your customer. And I think, you know, there are some brands that do that really well. And I think there are some brands that, you know, don't really put themselves in the eye of the customer or in the shoes of the customer. And I think in order, especially in this day and age, I think in order to really be authentic as a brand, you have to really do it religiously. You can't just pick up and say, hey, you know, I'm going to go and now do something or post something about equality and then not put any weight behind it, not put any time or effort or marketing or financial budgets behind those types of things. You know, there's more to that these days than just stating something, right? Than actually doing. And I think that's what some brands do.
Yeah, and so what brands do you think are doing this purpose-driven marketing well, and how?
Well, I'd like to say Hugo Boss is doing it well, right? As a global brand, I feel like we're very strong in terms of standing really behind what we position ourselves as, right? I think sustainability for our brand is huge. And we really stand behind it from a global perspective, not only in our corporate offices, but in the products that we make. You know, we've put out products that are, you know, made by special cotton, and we've made sneakers out of pineapple skins. We do a lot in terms of sustainability in regards to our offices and our you know, our general kind of day-to-day and what we do. But I think overall too, I think there's some other really good brands that do it well as well. I'd point out one, which as well as Gucci. I think Gucci really kind of, you know, puts a lot of great marketing messages out there and then, you know, turns around and stands behind it. You know, similar to us, you know, we just hired, you know, a person for to really kind of drive our sustainability program. We also hired someone to really kind of drive our equality programming and communications as a brand. And, you know, I think Gucci is another brand that does it really well.
So, and I think, especially since you mentioned sustainability, which I think has become a lot more important for consumers, but consumers' expectations of brands has also evolved since COVID. What do you feel those changed expectations are, and how is Hugo Boss delivering against that?
I go back to really the authenticity of a brand, and especially during the times of COVID. I think you had to be smart about how you spoke to the customer. Many people reacted to the pandemic in a very different way. You know, you had very loyal customers, VIP customers who religiously came to our stores, shopped Hugo Boss. And, you know, when the pandemic hit, really were, you know, not comfortable going out in society, not comfortable going out to stores. Even when we were open, we were shut for some time like everybody else. But even when we reopened, you know, I think the way we spoke to our customer and the way that we communicated to them through our email newsletters, through our database, through our programming, really was an emotional connection. We tried to be emotionally connected to them. We set up virtual appointments. We set up, you know, things that when stores were open, you could go shop online with an associate. You would then, your package could get shipped directly to you. You could drive up to the store or the mall, wait in your car, and the associate would, you know, bring it out to you and flip open your trunk. We just tried to really diversify ourselves and make everything for the customer that much easier to shop, right? Or to be you know, involved in what we were doing as a brand, with a sense of comfortability around it.
Yeah, and I think if I could tease out what you just said, a lot of it's about building that relationship with your audience, with your consumers. So I think there's really this big aspect of building relationships and keeping your customers happy, keeping them engaged. What other consumer and retail trends should fashion brands lean into this year, especially to continue to build that relationship, which I think has become even more important for consumers during the pandemic?
Yeah, again, I still think there's a large contingent of consumers and customers that are still hesitant to be out and about. So I think as a brand and what we're doing at Hugo Boss is really focusing on providing our customer all different aspects of shopping, right? You come into our store, we have limited capacity. We offer masks if you don't have one. We have sanitation stations. All of our associates are wearing masks. We have the opportunity, again, we are still keeping the virtual appointment opportunity available to our customer. We have other kind of incentives around what we're doing in terms of some of the giving back, right? We're still providing percentages of our sales to the pandemic, to other associations. We're really trying to work as a brand in an area where everyone is very conscious of what's going on in the public and within our culture. And so to be able to continue to evolve the virtual appointment situation, keep people comfortable while they're in store and still shopping, offer, availability on our online shop, and like I said, in some instances, still giving back to the community with percentage of sales. So we're really trying to drive this authentic messaging that we started, 14 months ago or 12 months ago in March, and continuing that even though we are, what I would like to see, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I think the country is doing a very good job of everyone stepping up and doing their part to kind of put this pandemic at a low grade rate, with whether it's vaccinations, herd immunities, or just being careful and safe. And I think, we are as a country starting to see what could the next 6 months look like as we start to get out of this. But it doesn't mean that as a brand, we should stop doing what we were doing 12 months ago and through the pandemic. We should grow it, we should build on it, and we should continue to offer those things to our customer, regardless of where we are with the pandemic.
Can you hear me now, Chris?
Yep.
Sorry, I wanted to mute for a second.
Okay.
To continue that conversation, you've had an incredible career so far, and I think you've done a lot of great things with strong roots in fashion. And as you shared with me previously, you even worked on the Equinox brand prior to Hugo Boss. Can you tell us a bit about your journey and some things that have stuck with you throughout your career?
Yeah, I started my career about almost 25 years ago, and really was at a PR agency. And I think my love of communications and dealing with the public and really started there. And public relations is where I kind of grounded my roots in the fashion world. And I worked for Tommy Hilfiger when he was still at the helm of his brand. He still owned it. It was a great experience. And then from there, went on to work for a Italian fashion luxury brand in Dolce & Gabbana. And for me, it was very, interesting to see how the international brand and international fashion world really worked, and to get that experience was amazing, and then, the opportunity to go to Calvin Klein, what I would say, obviously up there with Hugo Boss and Calvin Klein and Ralph Lauren and Tommy, these, globally known, world-renowned brands, was a great opportunity. Calvin, we did some amazing things, and they have such great heritage there. But I think life and children took over a little bit as I moved along in my career, and I got the opportunity to go to Equinox. And the shift in going from fashion to fitness was an interesting one. I did take it because I felt like I needed a little bit better work-life balance. The fashion world is amazing. I love it. It's in my DNA, hence why I'm back. But I think the fitness world is another passion of mine. It was an interesting, because the brand is more than just fitness. It's about a lifestyle. And they wanted to really bring together the entertainment and the fashion and the talent world, and bring that to Equinox, and really kind of market and message, that it's not fitness, it's life. And for me, now coming over to Hugo Boss over the last, I'd say 3 years, going on 4, the learnings along my journey have really been pretty strong, in terms of the way I've viewed work and the way I view life. And for me, it's all about being authentic. I've always thought, and I've always taught and teach my kids now, and I tell my team all the time, be transparent, be honest, be open, and people will respect you for it. And, for me, that's the tack that I've taken in my career, and things that I've learned along the way. And I also now take that tact in my marketing strategies and my marketing plans. Be honest, be authentic, and be true to who you are. There's a lot of brands out there who do a lot of things that aren't. And the customer today, and the consumer, and the general public, they know, they're aware, they're smart people. And I would say 10 years ago, I think a lot of brands didn't really treat people that way. Just for instance, you have, let's just say you have a world-renowned athlete who is, doing a, McDonald's commercial. Well, we all know that athlete is probably not eating McDonald's every day. But, I think, there's something to be said about just, continuing, my life lessons and the way I've approached my career, and putting that to play with how I approach marketing to the consumer, to the general public. And that's really what I've taken away as I continue on my journey. I will continue to do that. I will continue to put forth marketing plans and marketing strategies that are authentic, build relationships with talent and athletes and entertainers that are, genuine, and, that aren't just about, a paycheck, and really work with people who love our brand and want to be a part of the Hugo Boss brand, and, not just somebody that wants to sign a contract and get paid and then move along their way. So for me, it goes back to purposeful marketing, right? Being, having a purpose in your marketing. And then that's something that I think I've taken along the way, and why I was so interested to join this chat today, because it's really the way I do my business.
Yeah, and that's great. And that actually brings up a good question. Hugo Boss is continuing to successfully expand internationally. You have an online presence. I think you're launching 2 or 12 new international locations this year. And how do you really, I think you made some good points that brands have to stay authentic and relatable in a way that makes sense to their consumers. And how does your e-commerce presence, and as you're expanding internationally, how do you stay culturally relevant and socially relevant in all those locations?
It's not easy. Each location, in each country that we launch, there's a different attitude, there's a different language, there's a different culture. Most recently, just in actually during the pandemic, in August and September of 2020, we launched Canada and Mexico's e-commerce sites. And we did that through our US hub. And for us, it was being quick to, adjust to the Latin American way of life and the language and how they shop. And you think about things all the way down to their, geographic, like the weather, right? Like it's how you market, they live in a hot climate area. And then you have the complete polar opposite in Canada, where we have to work around multiple languages, right? Because you go from Ontario, Vancouver down to Toronto, and across that way, we have to redo our e-commerce pages in multiple languages. We have to think warm weather, cold weather. So for us, I think, it's just about adjusting to each individual market, understanding that market, doing our due diligence in the research in those markets. And again, making sure that we are being true to who we're speaking to. And when you go to those hub pages in those countries where we're launching, you'll feel like it's a part of your culture. You feel like we're speaking to you. And that's key in us coming across when we launch these markets.
And I think that kind of tees up a good question. So because obviously there's a big need in personalization to use the right technology and platforms to enable that personalized conversation with your consumers, regardless of where they are and the best moments to reach them. Are there some specific technology or platforms that you found have been really helpful in that personalization?
I wouldn't say overall like technologies that, when we look at personalization very strongly, all the way down to, you go to some of our stores right now, we launched a collaboration with Russell Athletics, and we have personalization stations in some of the stores. So you can take some merchandise, you can personalize it with your name, your initials. I just think it brings the customer, it gives the customer a little bit more feeling of ownership, of feeling like they created something with you, knowing they did actually create something with you, and something that's personal to them. We've seen great success in personalization, and to the point of where we've offered it now for a few years in a lot of the capsules and a lot of the collections that we produce. And we also find that, really engaging pop-up shops have kind of made their turn around again, right? There was 5-10 years ago, pop-up shops were kind of coming up everywhere. But now we're finding that with the pandemic, in bigger areas like malls or big outlets, shopping centers, that, sometimes putting a pop-up in the middle of a mall, having our associates there, having some engaging, interesting things to do while they're in the pop-up. We recently had launched a collaboration with the NBA as well in the beginning of this year. And we did pop-ups in some of our key locations, and we had, little pop-up shots there. We had some personalization. We had a DJ, and it really, really helped drive that customer awareness and brand equity. And it was great. We saw all different age groups and diversity and different, all the way, we had groups of teenagers and, older adults. It was a really interesting learning to see, people want to have an experience, right? We talk about that, a few years ago, I think, people were picking experiences over money, buying clothes or spending money on cars. People wanted to just take trips and go away and experience things. I think as a brand, what we try to do now is not only give people quality product at the right price, but we give them an experience with it. And it really helps drive that consumer awareness and that brand loyalty that we, as all of us, crave, as we work for our companies.
That's a great segue to this question, Chris. So then how do you determine what success looks like for you and for Hugo Boss? Because you're doing so many things and you're engaging with customers on so many fronts. What does really success look like for you?
Success, for me, we can always measure success, right? And we all do as brands. We have CRM, we have data. Does it grow? Does it get bigger? Do we have more people? Are our sales increasing? Do we have the KPIs? But I think all of those things absolutely are used to measure success. But I also think for me, and as we move forward, as a brand, we're driving a casualization image, right? A lifestyle image of Hugo Boss. Many people know us for suits, right? You think Hugo Boss, you think suits. We offer so much more than just suits. We offer suits, we offer formal wear, we offer amazing sportswear, casual wear, athleisure. And I think as a brand, for us, you know, when we look at all of those categories and all the collaborations that we do, I think the biggest measure of success is one, obviously the sell through, but two, like I said, we really measuring our success. Are we targeting a new customer? Are we targeting a younger, more diverse customer? Because that's very important for our brand. And so we also keeping our loyal customers and continuing to drive business with them. And so I think a little CRM, a little data, sales is really our true measure, right? And I think the brand loyalty, the feedback that we get from our customers is highly important. We do a lot of our research yearly on the brand to judge the brand equity and brand loyalty. We do what we call social listening. So we go in and we analyze our social media channels, which are global. We don't have separate ones per country. So we're a very big social media channel company that we can review everything, and we look at comments and we look at people's reactions. And we try to take that and put that into learnings and to put that into our marketing messaging. We take a lot of feedback that we get online and we reach back out to customers and we answer their questions. So I think, you know, those are the types of things that I think we kind of look back and say, you know, was this campaign successful? Was this launch successful? Did we sell through, but did we gain more customers? Did we speak to the customer? You know, and I think that's a lot of how we measure success these days.
So in light of that, Chris, what advice would you have for a brand who's looking to have that authentic, relatable, and real conversation with their customers? Because it almost seems like brands need to rethink and evaluate who they really are versus sort of the media portrayal of them, and be true to their core, true to their roots. And I think it's a lot harder to do than it seems. And so I think Hugo Boss is taking a lot of the right steps, and you're taking a lot of the right steps to have that authentic conversation. So what would your advice be to brands in terms of, like, if they're looking to do the same, the steps that they would need to take?
I'm going to go back to saying, you know, just make sure that the marketing and the communications that you're doing to the consumer and the public are true to your brand, right? Don't try to be other brands. Don't try to be who you're not. I go back to the word again, authentic, right? Be authentic. I mean, myself, you, our consumers, the public, they're smart. They can see through fakeness. They can see through things that, you know, have no meaning, have no purpose. And you can lose customers that way. So my biggest advice is to make sure that you know who your customer is, you're speaking to that customer in an authentic and genuine way, and you continue to do that. You just don't say, okay, this month we're going to go ahead and you know, support equality, and then next month just drop off the face of the earth and forget about it. Or we're going to, you know, support, you know, education or sustainability, but just do it for 1 quarter of the year and then forget about it and never do it again. I think take a lot of pride in the marketing and that you do, and continue to do that as you move forward, and not just kind of have one-offs.
That's great advice. So can you share a positive outcome or opportunity you've seen emerge from the uncertainties we faced in 2020 and even sort of continuing into 2021?
Yeah, you know, I think that, you know, what we've seen in terms of some positivities, right, is you know, our customer is being more open and honest with us. We've seen a lot of feedback via, whether it be on our online chats, social media, or even in store with associates. And we have, you know, these weekly meetings where we discuss certain things in certain markets and stores. And I think, you know, I think we're just seeing the consumer care a lot more about where they're spending their money and how they're spending it. And I think as long as we continue to make sure that we're paying attention to that, and we're really paying attention to our customer, and not just putting clothes out there or campaigns out there that don't have any meaning or don't really kind of have any purpose, it's not worth it anymore, right? The customer sees through it. So just make sure that, I think, through all of this, keep listening to your customer, keep that authentic kind of touch points with them, whether it be online, directly in the store, or through your marketing materials, and you'll succeed, and the consumer will appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to ask you a couple of fun questions. If there were, or at least what I think is fun. So if there was a Wayback Machine or a time machine to take you back to early in your career, what advice would you give your younger self?
Oh boy. Enjoy the young part of my career a little bit more. I mean, I had some fun. The fashion industry was interesting. I mean, a lot of fashion shows. I remember the days that, we would be in Bryant Park doing fashion shows, sitting, putting seat assignments on little stickets and no databases to work off of, faxing requests back and forth. So I think if I had to give myself a little bit of advice back then, it was probably enjoy it a little bit more, and not take it so seriously. Because sometimes you miss the fun in things when you're busy with work and life and family. So I would definitely have given myself a little advice to kind of enjoy things a little bit more.
And what are you dreaming about doing once the COVID-related restrictions are lifted fully?
Traveling again. Really, really traveling. We have some amazing colleagues in Germany in our HQ, and we would head over there twice a year for a couple of days for conferences. And it wasn't just the conferences, it was the camaraderie with your colleagues. It was kind of getting to know everybody a little bit more than just conference calls and Zooms. So I really, really am looking forward to the global travel aspect of my career that we miss so much now. Interesting enough, my last trip was Milan Fashion Week in February of 2020, and then I have not been back to Europe since. So looking forward to getting back to Europe.
That's the same for me too, Chris. I'm looking forward to traveling. A couple of more questions, and then I'm going to field some questions from the audience. You work at a fashion company, obviously, that's synonymous with modern luxury. What is the one go-to item in your closet?
Ooh, interesting. A blazer. I love a good blazer. My go-to outfit is a great pair of slim fit jeans with a blazer, whether it be with a polo shirt underneath it, a crew neck sweater, a sweatshirt, a t-shirt. You can go from work to night to all different types of occasions by just throwing on that blazer. So I have a lot of great staple blazers that I really love that are in my closet. And that's kind of like my go-to outside of, your everyday kind of casualness. You can always throw on a blazer and look dressed up.
And along the same lines, what's the one technology you can't live without that you reach for, every day?
I guess we'd have to say our phones. as much as I hate to, when you don't have it, you realize how much you miss it. So I would definitely have to say the phone is a tough one. I'm not a big watch guy. But when it I think the other aspect of maybe technology would be an iPad or something, but really I think it comes down to the phone. I use my phone for work, for just leisure, for reading, for podcasts. So it would be something I would miss.
Thanks for the answers, Chris. Now I'm gonna take a look at some of the questions that the audience has submitted and ask you those questions. One of the questions is, when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does impact your approach to marketing. I think you answered a lot of this, but I didn't know if you had anything additional to add. That would be great.
Just repeat the beginning part again. I'm sorry.
When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you really think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
You know, like I said before, I think throughout my career, I've gravitated towards always being transparent, always being honest, always being authentic, because I think, you know, it's going to get you a lot farther in life, right? So I think in the way of marketing, when I look at marketing and say to myself, you know, does this have meaning? Does it help the consumer to understand our brand better? I kind of look at those things before we dive right in and say, okay, let's go launch this capsule or capsule collection, or, you know, let's look at this kind of launch here or this marketing launch. And I refer back to the MBA and the Russell Athletic, which was very recent for our brand. And both were driven very, very much in a strong strategy around, you know, identifying new customers, urban, suburban, different demographics, different target ages. And I think we did a really good job when we put those two campaigns out of doing that. And we thought about that going in, right? I always tell my team, you know, before you hit send, read it twice, read it 3 times, right? Think about your plans of action. Think about what you want to do and sleep on it, right? And get up the next day and say, okay, does this have meaning? Are we speaking to our customer properly? And check yourself. And I think as long as you do those things, you'll be successful.
And I think a follow-up question to that from the audience is, how do you really measure brand purpose? Because there's a lot of legs, a lot of levers to it. And how do you at Hugo Boss measure that you're hitting your goals in terms of brand purpose?
You know, I will use a reference of something that we did back in the pandemic around the April-May timeframe, where our online shop never shut down, thankfully, because our distribution center never shut down. But we were able to continue to communicate to the customer who was sitting at home, and we were all in lockdown. And we did a campaign called Everyday Heroes. And we put out a lot of marketing and newsletters and communications around, you know, what it means to be an everyday hero, and who those everyday heroes are. And what we asked all of our customers to do, and existing, and hopefully we reached, you know, non-existing customers, you know, through our communications and our marketing, was nominate who their hero is. And that hero then would get a $2,500 shopping spree to Hugo Boss. And I think the reaction that we saw from that, and the incoming of nominations from people, for their husband, for their wife, for their friend who was a fireman, a cop, a nurse, a doctor, you know, even the guys, you know, the waste management guys who were still riding on the back of trucks picking up your garbage in the middle of a pandemic. We really made it broad, and we actually launched it for only 4 weeks, and we ended up extending it for 6. And we're looking to do that again. And I think the reaction that we saw from that, the incoming from customers who were so involved in that, we had a couple of really amazing guys who are friends of the brand who worked with us on that, who are, you know, their talents. You know, I'm not going to put names out there, but they're high profile guys who are on TV, who are ex-athletes, who supported that with us. And we also had some real life people, and we followed that up right over the Father's Day campaign. That was 3 families that were, 2 of them were doctors, another one was a firefighter, and they were real life people. We asked them to be in our Father's Day campaign. So again, I think the reactions that we saw from those 2 campaigns in the heart of the pandemic was a really amazing KPI in terms of that marketing material.
Yeah, that sounds great. But if you were also extending that beyond marketing to the organizational level, how do you define brand purpose at that level? How does it Hugo Boss as a whole get involved beyond the marketing aspects?
Yeah, we actually did through that period of time. We did a percentage of proceeds of our sales during about the 3-month period to the American Red Cross. So not only did we drive these messages with, kind of giving back to the customer giving back to their own personal heroes, but then taking a percentage of all those sales and really giving back to the need of the pandemic and the American Red Cross. And we did a great partnership with them during that period. So for us, it was a 360 kind of all purposeful marketing campaign, and we saw great success with it.
Thank you, Chris. That was a great answer to wrap up, and Ariel's back. And thank you for your time today. And thank you, audience.
Hey, Ariel, thank you.
So for fostering such amazing, engaging conversations. We loved having you speak on our stage, and we hope you'll come back again.
Yes, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So with that, we will bring our next 2 speakers to the stage. We have another exciting session for you all. Please welcome Kathleen Murphy, the Director of Digital Strategy at Giving Tuesday, moderated by Ian Schaefer, the CEO and co-founder of Kindred. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, thanks for having us, Ariel. And hi, Kathleen, how are you?
It's so good to see you again.
And hello, audience. So I am Ian Schaefer. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kindred, which is an organization with members from over 200 companies that's purpose-built to prepare and support leaders who are building the future of equitable, socially responsible business by connecting them to communities, the experts, and the resources that they need to make better decisions on behalf of their organizations and stakeholders. We're featured by Digiday today. Very happy about that. So please do check that out as part of their Future of Work series. But speaking of the future of everything here, I am proud to be here today in conversation with Kathleen Murphy, who is the Director of Digital Strategy at Giving Tuesday. I will start off, though, by not asking Kathleen a question, but by asking the audience a question. And I think there should be a way for everyone to do this in the chat. But I'd actually be curious to see who is familiar with Giving Tuesday. That'd be great to signal that in the chat. Giving Tuesday's been around for a while, so I hope there are a lot of you are. I'd also like to see who has supported it in some way, either personally or professionally. And I'm also curious as to who thinks maybe they know the origin story of Giving Tuesday, because it is a absolutely fascinating one.
And whether they know it or not, I'm about to go off and tell the whole story. So
this is great.
I hope y'all are prepared.
Keep those responses coming. It'll be helpful to guide the conversation. But with that said, Kathleen, why don't you share with the audience what the true history of Giving Tuesday is?
I appreciate that. Folks generally seem to know us as that fundraising day that happens once a year at the end of November, and we are so much bigger than that. So I hope you'll oblige me. I want to talk a little bit about who the heck it is that we are, the history of Giving Tuesday, which I think is fascinating. I hope you all do. And give a little glimpse into our own brand purpose journey, because I think that we've learned some things over the years, and I'd like to share those things with all of you, if you'll oblige me. So you probably know Giving Tuesday started as a day for anyone, anywhere to give, and it's really grown into the largest social movement of all time, if we quantify it by reach. There's activity happening in literally every single country, every territory, every continent on the planet. This past Giving Tuesday, we raised $2.47 billion in 24 hours. We're still astonished with a B. We are still like, I still can't get that number out of my mouth. It blows my mind every single time. $2.5 billion pumped into the social sector in 24 hours. But beyond that, And the more important part for us are the millions of people from around the world who are giving back in whatever way that they're able to. It doesn't have to be monetary. We had people last year filling community fridges, signing up for volunteer shifts, companies closing up shop and going off on adventures to go help their community. And all of the countless little tiny acts of kindness that really add up to something huge. So the whole thing started with a harebrained idea, to be frank. Our team said, you know what, we have Black Friday, Cyber Monday, they are just taking over. What happens if we add Giving Tuesday? What if we, could you add a day that reversed that trend? Like what, after all this consumerism, could we add a day where people would give back? And the part that was novel about the way that we designed it, we kicked it off from the start in a way that we hoped would give people agency and that they would grab onto it and take it somewhere new. And the thing that was so interesting about Giving Tuesday, as we watched this grow from the very first days, it was always a story about other people stepping up and raising their hand and saying, I want to steal this idea and make it better. Our co-founder, Henry Timms, wrote a book about Giving Tuesday and other such things. It's called New Power. It's great. You should read it. One of the examples that we talk about in there is Tetris versus Minecraft, right? Tetris was very old power. You're literally dropping things on people's heads and expecting them to do something with it. Versus Minecraft, which is built from the bottom up. It's a totally new power approach. People around the world collaborate on doing things like building replicas of world cities and creating new things and whatever it is the heck that they're doing on there. And we think that the path forward, both in the social sector and every sector, is for orgs and companies to lean into new power, to invite people in. We have a generation of people who are expecting that they can shape the world on their terms, not yours, right? In the old power world, we used to ask people to either comply or consume. That was it. And in this new power world, there's a set of new behaviors that I think people expect to be invited into, sharing, adapting, co-creating along with you. So we built Giving Tuesday with a distributed leadership model, which at the time, 2012, was completely novel. No one owns Giving Tuesday, not even our organization. It is not trademarked. It is completely open source to the point where we put the original art files of our logo on our website. You can go there right now and download them, and hopefully you'll create something new with them. It's one of the best parts about Giving Tuesday. The people and organizations and the brands who make Giving Tuesday happen each year are just regular people from all over the world who feel a connection to our mission and to our brand purpose, and they replicate it in an authentic way within their own communities. And they share resources. We are big on coalition building, which I want to talk to you more about. The idea that we can collaborate and should be collaborating more and better throughout the years is what's gonna get us there.
Yep. So the Giving Tuesday itself is a movement, really, with a brand, right?
Yeah.
Not a brand created movement. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So,
the evolution of Giving Tuesday's brand purpose has evolved a lot. And it's all been our community that has shaped this, right? Frankly, we really did start off as a hashtag experiment. I'll never forget those early days when we're sitting in the conference room of 92nd Street Y and some old biddy says, what's £sign Giving Tuesday? Do we have to include the hashtag as part of the name? Is this a thing that is going to stick around? What's the deal? But once this took off globally and we saw it becoming an annual tradition and that people were genuinely latched onto this thing, our thinking started to evolve. This was so much more than a fundraising day. We started to think about what are the implications of instilling a habit of generosity in an entire society and in an entire generation? Does that increase pro-social behavior across the board? We learned that it does. And these days we're thinking even beyond that, like, can we harness the power of radical generosity and by radical generosity, we think of that as the concept that the suffering of others should be as intolerable to us as our own suffering. It focuses our efforts on love, on offers hope, and it finds new ways of healing at the root of our issues. So nowadays, increasing the amount of money in the social sector isn't our end goal at all. Our end goal is to create a world where the social sector doesn't even need to exist. To reimagine our world from the ground up, together with our whole community, not just us in a silo, as a place where we don't just work harder to alleviate all of these harms, but one where we don't tolerate them in the first place. To center others in the smallest and most mundane aspects of our lives. It's a really huge, enormous purpose, but it's what our community came up with together. Our global folks who run Giving Tuesday, we didn't just develop it in a silo. We have to all be working toward that same North Star, or it's just not going to work.
So you guys have become a bit of a, it's almost like an item of clothing a brand can don.
Yeah.
That's
a good analogy.
To demonstrate, right, their commitment. But we change clothes. I mean,
and we have our own different
that I've been wearing for a week straight. But
and we each have our own style.
That's right. That's correct. But we are here to talk about brand purpose, and I don't think that we can address that with also talking about accountability, right? And part of the conversation that preceded us, the point was made that like you can't just like start saying something about something and then abandon it, right? Like, or just pretend that was a campaign, right? That you're still not fighting for. So I think it's fair to say that we are in an age of accountability. So with everyone's, like you're talking about the open sourcing of Giving Tuesday, I would argue that we've also had an open sourcing of information, right? The access that all of us have to information to be able to understand what is just performance and what is practice. Like there could be a big chasm between those two things.
Absolutely.
According to, Edelman's last Trust Barometer survey, they said that, and this is fascinating, that business, of which brands are the front-facing portal to, it's the only institution that still has any public storage of trust at all. They're at a kind of 61% level, which is remarkable, actually. And maybe a commentary on all the other institutions that we have here in America, but 86% of those respondents of that survey, they expect CEOs to publicly speak out on societal challenges, right? Like 68% of people expect companies to step in when the government doesn't fix those problems. Why is it, do you think, again, in your experience with Giving Tuesday and being a platform for brands to plug into, why do people trust companies now more than any other institution of all things?
I don't know. But I don't expect that to go away at all anytime soon, ever. And so I think our opportunity is to lean into that, right? Brand purpose has to start with a deep emotional connection to an issue, and it has to be authentic to the lived experience of that, right? And center and support the activists that are working in that space already. It has to be authentic.
Yeah, well, what works for Giving Tuesday, and maybe for nobody else, is that Giving Tuesday is us. It's not you, right? It's us, because it is completely open source. But companies are finite. They have borders around them, literal walls. We'll get back to those eventually. But they also have leaders, right? And people are holding these leaders accountable for those decisions as well. With Giving Tuesday, I like the kind of joint accountability, right? Or the pressure that it puts on us to like give more, right, than somebody else, and it is contagious. But it works the other way too. So Porter Novelli did a study very recently on cancel culture, and I know that is a phrase that has taken on a lot of different meanings, and I would argue it's become weaponized to the point of destruction. Yeah. But what it did reveal was that 38%. No, right, because we all have a voice, to your point, right? So 38% of Americans said that they would cancel, and again, whatever that means to them, a company to get it to change its ways. And so it's no longer about just like voting with your wallet, right? It's holding companies accountable. And I think a lot of individuals, especially younger people, have taken on that agency to do that and to step in maybe where other measures of accountability have failed. So what turned at what point in all of this, like, were consumers turned into activists? Because I think at one point we thought of consumers in one camp, activists that, you know, kind of in some other camp on a Greenpeace boat out in the middle of the ocean. But those two things are coming together. Like even activists are building their own brands. So what happened? What triggered that?
I don't know. It's been in the past couple of years for sure. Like I see it from the examples of brand Giving Tuesday campaigns and the nature of those types of campaigns. And they've been getting increasingly more and more active over the past couple of years, I would say, definitely last year for sure, which we love to see.
Yeah.
In the old days, it was the old days of Giving Tuesday. It was enough for a brand to simply post on their social media page about one nonprofit that their employees give to, or toss a couple $1,000 to that nonprofit. But these activations are getting bigger and bigger and more active and more interesting, frankly, which we're thrilled to see.
Yep. As an organization, how are you guys? I mean, I know you're thinly staffed, as is the whole point of this. But where does is there a true marketing function inside of Giving Tuesday?
Not really, no. We view ourselves as not the keepers of the movement. Our role is to pick up all the pieces that are scattered around the world and organize everyone together and connect all of these leaders together who are the actual people who pull off Giving Tuesday every year, and support them by building coalitions and networks and connecting the dots on things. If there's somebody in India who's working on something that's directly relevant to somebody who, one of our leaders who is in rural Arkansas, we're in a unique place to be able to make those kind of connections. And that's our role. The leaders who put off Giving Tuesday are the ones who are the marketers and the amplifiers and the megaphone for this movement.
So given your perspective is coming at this from a non-traditionally structured organization, one that doesn't just like is different than the status quo, but is really attempting to buck the status quo.
That's what we say. That's what we're out to do.
Yeah. So like in so many other companies or organizations that are traditionally structured, right? A lot of times we talk about the notion of purpose or impact, it's coming through the mouths of the most vocal advocates of all of that, who also tend to be somewhat in marketing, right? Because a lot of this is reputational, right? Companies do a lot in many ways, you know, and it's also transactional to get a lot in terms of reputation and build their reputation as a company who is generous or who is like thinking about the environment. Reminder, today is Earth Day, right? Like, so a lot of this happened, but oftentimes we're seeing, and I'm seeing, especially in the hundreds of companies that we talk to every day, that oftentimes like purpose is housed within marketing. Is that sustainable? Like, is that like, can you hold marketing, you know, who has its own set of KPIs and OKRs or whatever an acronym you want to use for it? Like, can they be held accountable for the purpose of a company, or does it live, you know, at a higher order inside the organization?
I think it's got to live with everybody. For it to be authentic, it has to start right in your own backyard, and the whole business has to be on board, right? From the ground up, with buy-in at every single level, and staff and employee given agency to help shape whatever it is that your brand purpose becomes from the very beginning. I think is going to be the way that it's going to be most successful in the end.
Yep. So it's a shared responsibility,
shared.
Which I think draws a lot of parallels to something that I think a lot of people here in the audience have experienced in their like business or digital transformation journeys, right? Where, you know, the kind of awkwardness of the first step of that journey is saying, all right, we have a digital problem. Let's hire a chief digital officer. Like in the same way as a lot of companies say we have a diversity problem, let's hire a diversity officer. What all of us probably learned through that first transition or transformation journey was that it is ultimately the CEO's job, right? Which is, you could say it's all of our jobs, but it all flows upstream, right? And so it's ultimately the CEO's job to do. So I guess how do we compel, like what is the case to be made internally at an organization to make this a higher order initiative? That brand is just one way of communicating what that initiative is, or the great stories about the impact that the company has made. How do we sell it through? Because being a change agent inside of a company is a very lonely.
It's a very lonely place. So I mean, it has to be all of us. It has to be a bigger than just one person at the bottom. It's a process and a journey. It's taken us.
I think a lot of people feel the failures sometimes, the small failures. We have small victories with all this stuff too, right? But the small failures, which are worth learning from just as much, if not more,
Absolutely.
than the victories. About the difference between, again, a purpose and accountability, right? The accountability is probably the reconciliation of your truth in your purpose, the authenticity of your purpose as perceived by everybody else. So what would be your advice to companies who are currently, for example, playing defense on that, right? Who are feeling the weight of being held accountable for their actions, behaviors, their decisions, whether the decisions they've made or not made, especially, when there is a bright, shiny object of an injustice or inequity that is, permeating the news cycle, and a statement or a response is expected, but so is action, right? And so what's your advice to somebody who is, probably shouldering that burden within a company?
Yeah.
And probably disproportionately is shouldering that burden because they're the victim, or are suffering as a result of a decision or a lack of a decision that a company has made. Because inevitably the voice of the employee, I feel like, given the social media platforms we all have and the distribution of everybody, right, from a workforce perspective due to COVID, is that's a vulnerability, right?
Yeah.
So how do you keep all of that under control, and how do you raise it up?
I mean, it's hard. I think we're going to have to be bold.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have to try things that we wouldn't normally try, and be okay with the failure that is inevitably going to happen, right? That has to be okay. And we have to try, and we are going to fail, and that's going to be okay.
So that would mean, probably, it sounds like a good way to do that, and you mentioned this before in the form of coalition, right? Is bringing people together.
Yeah.
Bringing companies together to raise the bar. I think one of the interesting things about Giving Tuesday is that, yes, everyone can do something on their own, and that makes it almost infinitely scalable. Collaboration doesn't necessarily scale that well, because collaboration requires coordination. So are you guys looking at that also as you kind of grow and evolve? And in the hopes that, the actions of a lot of companies are great, but what happens when companies work together to raise the bar and set new standards by working together?
I mean, what happens is a lot. And I think we have to be working faster together, in more active ways together. And we have to tear down these silos, because we are not going to get there unless we're doing it together.
So when you guys are out there, speaking of doing things together, when you guys are out there, Giving Tuesday is obviously inherently a non-political organization, but everything has felt in these last, I don't know, for at least years, really political. Or people will claim something that might be an argument or a case for not just social, but justice, but human rights, right? But those are inherently made to be political conversations. So what's your advice to brands or the people here about, whose organizations say stay out of politics, but are having trouble avoiding
you might,
issues?
you might not be able to stay out of politics.
Yeah.
It just may not be possible. So many social issues, especially here in the United States, are just plain so political, because I think people conflate those terms, social issues with politics. We're going to have to lean into it, and we're going to have to own it, and we're going to have to be bold, and we're going to have to do it anyway, and stand up for whatever we have decided our brand values are, and we're going to have to just do it.
Yeah. How do you guys how transparent are you guys with what you do and the way you do it? People like to-
Transparent in the way that we share everything, literally, absolutely everything. We're transparent in the way that we quantify how much we raised on Giving Tuesday, not we, how much the social sector raised on Giving Tuesday. We have these past 10 years have been completely transparent about how and why and where the movement has changed. It's one of our favorite things to do, to come talk to people about the changes that are happening in Giving Tuesday land and what we're seeing and the data that we're seeing. And we share every single tool that has ever come through Giving Tuesday. We're building a wiki now to house everything better, because it is really kind of in disparate lands at this moment, but we're working on that.
I was actually curious about that, as to how you actually technologically do that. And that sounds like a great way to do it. So is that a wiki that you guys only have contributor power over, or are you going to invite other people to contribute to it?
We're hoping. No, we actually don't want anything to do with it at all. Like, we'll pay for the hosting and everything, but ideally our folks and our leaders and the people who are raising up their hand to do Giving Tuesday and lead it in their various communities are going to be the ones to own this project.
Including, I imagine, the companies who have supported Giving Tuesday is sharing like best practices and, you know, what they've seen be effective for them. There's got to be a lot of knowledge. There's so much, and we're working on consolidating and streamlining it and making it easier to find and use. Because at this point, 10 years in, there's just so much of it at this point that it's hard. But that's the whole thing. We are only going to get there faster if we are willing to share our knowledge with each other, with our insights with each other, and build those kind of coalitions, which is why I am obsessed with what you all are doing at Kindred. Thank you. I'm here to interview you, though. So there were actually 2 Giving Tuesdays last year.
There were.
Which is fascinating, right? So can you talk a little bit, like, real quickly about that before we get to Q&A, because I think that might be confusing for some, but I actually found it to be utterly fascinating, and it probably gave you a lot of learnings to apply to this coming Giving Tuesday. Yeah.
So it was an anomaly, right? It was February or so, we start to watch this pandemic roll its way across the world. There's 70 Giving Tuesday countries, and they're all on a WhatsApp chat. And we've been watching them and listening and talking with them since February. Like, hey, this thing's real and it's coming and it's going to have profound implications. And we started to think like, hey, I think we need to do something. This is going to wreak havoc on the social sector. It's going to wreak havoc on people and loneliness and all of those things. And what can we do as Giving Tuesday? The thing that we do best, which is leverage and mobilize communities to get out there and do something. So we decided, our team had an emergency meeting. I think it was a Sunday. I don't know. We had lost all track of time. All of us said, you know what, we're gonna do it. Like, what better thing to do at this moment than pull off an emergency Giving Tuesday? So we did an emergency Giving Tuesday in less than 4 weeks. I'm still baffled by how all of this happened, but it's a testament to the power that we all have of generosity and stepping in and working together. This community pulled this off in 4 weeks, and we raised as much as we did on regularly scheduled Giving Tuesday. We had no idea what would happen. People were decorating their towns with beautiful messages on the sidewalk for people that they will never meet. Like, hey, it's going to be okay. And love is with all of us, everywhere from like Toronto to Italy to China. It was an amazing moment of solidarity. I was proud and honored to be a part. We're in fact Webby nominated for that moment. Great. So I'm going to hassle you all for votes, please. It was an amazing thing to be part of, and just the fact that it happened so quickly and so widespread around the world in such short order, we're amazed, astonished to this day.
That's awesome. And so do you think it's going to be, with this Giving Tuesday happening, so just let everybody know the date of this year's Giving Tuesday, first of all.
November 30th, 2021.
There you go. is it going to be different in years past, given where the world may be as a society and the state of our population in the context of like vaccinations
Absolutely.
and pandemic and things like that?
I mean, absolutely. Every single Giving Tuesday has been a little bit different
Yep.
Than the previous one. And that's the thing that we look forward to most, frankly, to see what ways generosity is changing and what ways people are giving differently. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't do predictions. We study what happens after the fact, but we refuse to do predictions because it's impossible, especially in times like these.
Yeah.
But we're
I'm going to get to a
it.
couple of questions here from the audience. And then I probably have 3 hours worth of questions for you, but they're not going to give us 3 hours. So I guess, do you think that things change? I guess this is an extension of the last question, that that when things eventually get back to normal, whatever that means,
Whatever that means.
normal or otherwise, how will what you do, how do you think what you do will have changed permanently as a result of the last, 18 months?
In 1,000 different ways, and it's changing already.
Yeah.
We've always been focused on non-monetary giving, but I think that's even more so important than ever. We have to think of generosity as all of it in every single thing that we do, in every moment, whether it's pausing an extra second at the stoplight. That generosity has to be there everywhere. And increasing that, we think, is going to increase other pro-social behaviors and change our entire world. And generosity is not the means to the end, we like to say. That's the mechanism that we're going to use to change our entire world.
I like the notion of generosity. I love it, but I like it because it's inclusive of philanthropy. And I think that, like, historically, philanthropy has been looked at inside of organizations as a way of doing things, like a way of giving back, like the most literal way of giving back, which historically has really worked because a lot of nonprofits, their existential crisis is fundraising. So, like, in theory, the companies that give more, like, that benefits society by, nonprofits getting more. But when cash is not necessarily the only thing, right? I think what we see is that, like, a lot of nonprofits work and are successful because they're providing partnership to companies, not just, a way for the companies to, like, at worst launder their reputation, or at best be generous. It's not just about money. It's about logistics, like Feeding America, for example, like taking excess waste, food waste from companies, which that would otherwise be a cost to those companies, right? There's some real logistical partnerships being found. So when you talk about generosity, are you trying to change that paradigm around companies, like saying, like, this is not just about the traditional concept of check writing philanthropy, but about giving more than just money?
Absolutely. And what can you do that's innovative that might not have anything to do with money at all? But, like, do you have a piece of your business or your infrastructure that you can loan to a nonprofit? Giving Tuesday now, somebody loaned their whole trucking system to transport food from rural farmers, which they paid for, to food banks. It was amazing. No money exchanged, but loaning infrastructure. Generosity has to be much bigger than simply giving dollars.
Yep. So so when companies are thinking about their brand purpose, I think it's very clear that they should be thinking about, like, what the selfless work that they, right, the things that they give, not just the stuff that they make, the assets that they have, and who else that might be valuable to.
Yep.
Right. And probably that includes their people. Right. And so, like, giving is not just about giving assets, resources, or money. It's time.
Time and talent too. That's another popular way to get involved with Giving Tuesday. I'll see marketing teams loan their talents, their graphic designer, the web designer, everybody, to help a nonprofit figure out their own Giving Tuesday campaign. There's so many different ways to get involved.
Have you looked at, and this is just like, again, I'm obsessed with like the ROI of all of this, right? And not just in terms of like profit and or revenue, but just all of the other like tangible and intangibles that go along with it, including like improving trust, with consumers. In building something that is laser focused on one day, right? With the amount of good that you've done or able to do on that one day, do you see that, or have you even measured that the companies, organizations who support Giving Tuesday wind up doing and giving more the other 364 days a year?
I'm glad you asked that. We have a data department that I don't know that anyone realized exists. They're amazing. And it's part of the thing that we do all year round is studying the implications of not only Giving Tuesday, but generous behavior in general across the board. They're studying all kinds of different things. We post it on our website, as you can guess. And there are tools that can be used by anyone to shape what it is that they're going to do, how they're going to give back personally, professionally, research for the nonprofit sector. They're amazing.
So I guess the moral of that is that for companies who do want to get involved with Giving Tuesday, that it should be the beginning of something and not the culmination of something.
And
right?
Exactly.
So
It's
what's the best
kickoff of
way
something
for,
amazing.
For companies or brands or people that are here in the audience to get involved with Giving Tuesday right now?
GivingTuesday.org. You're going to see a pop-up on there that has you vote for a Webby. You can do that.
Oh, they're going to say asking you to accept cookies.
No, no, I just want the Webby vote. That's all I need from you right now. Forget the cookies. And then I have a whole hub for how small businesses, brands, companies can get involved in Giving Tuesday. There's case studies for how brands and companies have gotten involved in the past. As you can guess, I picked my favorites to show you, but they're all there. Toolkits, ideas.
And so with the event, with Giving Tuesday being in November, it's not too early, in other words.
Not at all. Not at all. Because if you're going to pull off something authentic that connects to your brand purpose, that sort of work starts now. And if you don't have an authentic brand purpose or what it is that your values are to begin with, you need to do some work on that now, right?
You know what I'm going to do? Actually, I'm going to help you out here.
Thanks.
I am going to drop the Giving Tuesday Webby link in the chat.
Thanks.
Because I want everybody in here voting for you and supporting you.
And doing something on Giving Tuesday. We'd love to have you.
Here we go. This is going to everybody. Vote, please. So the last question I have for you is, what are you looking forward to most for this year's Giving Tuesday? Again, given that it'll be the first Giving Tuesday post vaccination for a lot of people, or at least the opportunity to become vaccinated.
And I mean, I'm hoping that we can live in a world where we can get together again. Yeah. Usually on Giving Tuesday, we have a big headquarters celebration. Our team, we're literally distributed. None of us live in the same city. We don't ever see each other except for once a year. In previous years, we'd sometimes get together quarterly or have little regional meetups or something. But Giving Tuesday was always our day for our team to finally, after working on Slack for a year, to give each other a hug. So that is the thing that I'm hoping is able to happen this year.
When actually, I have an interesting question for you, and this is actually personally, and I'm sure a lot of people are thinking about this. In keeping that group engaged, or you mentioned Slack, you mentioned WhatsApp. So clearly, like as an inherently distributed organization that was there, like that was distributed before a pandemic.
It was cool to be distributed. Yeah.
Yeah. Like what's the lesson? What is a lesson that some of the folks here can take away as it pertains to like the energy level, the morale, like all of that happening, including whether or not like doing good has anything to do with that? Because I think it does.
Absolutely. In the early days of the pandemic, we spent a lot of time fielding these questions from nonprofits who were trying to get used to, okay, what does remote work look like? I don't even understand. And you use the tools that you have available to you, and you come up with creative ways to help each other out and connect with each other. And you be creative.
Yeah. So it sounds like Giving Tuesday would be a great way for people to engage their teams in something that can really bring them together, even if they're apart.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, Kathleen.
Oh,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you very much to Brand Innovators. If you have any questions about what we've been doing at Kindred, feel free to visit kindredmembers.com. Definitely visit givingtuesday.org. And please do vote for Giving Tuesday in those Webbies. I could tell you they deserve it. So thanks again for your time, and speak to you soon.
Thank you both so much for an amazing chat. Everyone, please go to the Webby link and vote for Giving Tuesday. Please vote. And with that, I will bring on our next two speakers for the day. So thank you again. Please welcome Tyler Rochwork, the creative content lead for Neutrogena Studios at Johnson & Johnson, which will be moderated by Ari Chastel, the founder and CEO of CRISP. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm in the middle of voting here, so I need to put my vote in for Kathleen. There was incredibly inspirational panel, and great to see everything. But so now we're going to switch over to a different purpose-driven marketing here with Tyler. So I want to introduce you to Tyler. Tyler is the digital marketing and innovation manager at Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health. He is the creative content lead for Neutrogena Studios, and he serves as the executive producer of a movie called In the Sun that we're going to see a little snippet of soon, which is the first film from Neutrogena Studios. And he was recently named to Forbes 30 under 30 list for marketing and advertising. So awesome to have you on, Tyler.
Thanks, Ari. Good to chat with you.
Yeah, you're clearly incredibly driven and passionate about everything that you do. So I just want to, before we jump into the movie and your reason, where does all this drive come from? How was this your childhood dream to one day be on the Forbes list? Where does this drive come from?
Well, it was definitely not my childhood dream to be on Forbes 30 under 30, but that was a very nice surprise when I got that last year, and a really nice recognition for some of the work I've done at Johnson & Johnson. But in terms of creating a film with a brand, I mean, as a kid, I always wanted to be a filmmaker, and that's not the safest path, let's be real. Like, the people around me, my family kind of pushed me towards my other passion of marketing. And I always felt that it was a compromise. But what I ended up discovering was that storytelling is kind of that common thread between marketing and filmmaking. And that couldn't be more true than with what you're about to show, which is In the Sun, the first brand funded film from Neutrogena Studios.
It's great. Yeah, let's play the clip. I had a chance to watch the film, and it's a wonderful and emotional and inspirational and everything. But I just want everybody to kind of get a sneak peek of what the film is.
For sure.
I love being out in the sun.
The more sun I absorb, I get that feel-good feelings going on.
The sun makes us happy.
It's also good for us, but if we're not careful, it can harm us.
When you're young, you just don't think that it could happen.
Sunscreen is sticky and it's weird and gross. Because I am brown, that means I don't need it.
So you do have freckles on your back already. That is all from sun damage.
I remember bringing her to the doctor and the doctor saying, it's fine, but I just knew something wasn't right.
You think you have a plan for your life, and then all plans go out the window.
We were in the sun all the time. If I had known about sunscreen, my life would have been entirely different.
Never thought it would happen.
It debunks the myth that African Americans don't get skin cancer.
It can happen on anybody. We have to be able to embrace life in the sun with keeping our skin safe.
No ray of sunlight's ever lost.
Somebody once said there was no race more ridiculous than one in which you are running against a ghost. And that's what I'm doing. I'm running against a ghost.
That's terrific. Yeah. So tell me, Tyler, what are you hoping to achieve with this this movie? What is what's the goal here? What do you want to achieve?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, this all really started when we were looking at trends in the US related to skin cancer. And what we were seeing was that skin cancer rates in the US continued to grow to the point that there was more cases of skin cancer than all other cancers combined. Now, this is extremely problematic, especially because skin cancer is the most preventable cancer. So why is this happening and what can we do about it? And as Neutrogena, we're a leader in the skin health space. And we said to ourselves, well, what can we do to change the trajectory of skin cancer rates in this country? And we tried things in the past, like PSAs or traditional advertising, but nothing had really moved the needle to the degree that we needed it to. And so as a healthcare company, looking at our brand purpose, we thought we need to do something big here to make a change. And that's really 2 years ago how the idea for In the Sun came about. We said, let's try something different. And we looked in our own backyard. Being based in Los Angeles, we have some of the best storytellers in the world in this city. And so we went and we found some great storytellers, filmmakers. We ended up partnering with Terry Washington, who's a creative consultant for our brand, to executive produce the film with her production company, Simpson Street. And we created a short documentary, In the Sun. It's about 38 minutes long, and it's all about living life safely in the sun. It's a really inspirational documentary. The tone of it is very positive, as you can see in the trailer. And it's going to be coming out on demand next week.
That's great. Yeah, so incredibly curious about that topic of how do you change behavior, people behavior. You can do it through many methods. Can be scare tactics. It can be through like interruption marketing and tell them kind of what they should do and tie that to a product that they should buy type of approach. But this is completely different, right? It's a completely different approach to changing people's behavior. And yeah, tell me a little bit about kind of how do you actually change people behavior through storytelling?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. The tone of it, you're right, it's not scary at all. And that's very much intentional. As marketers, we're so used to starting out, when we're working on ad copy, you don't start shooting until you have storyboards and an approved script and the cast finalized. Documentary filmmaking is entirely different. So the only thing that we could really align on before starting shooting was who are the subjects and what was the tonality and the kind of messaging we wanted to get across in this film. And we made a very conscious decision to make it an optimistic story and a hopeful story. And I think it really comes through in the piece when you see it. Part of what we're doing as Neutrogena Studios is we've created a board of advisors. And the idea here is that, at Neutrogena, we're experts in skin health, but we're not necessarily experts in storytelling or behavioral psychology. Mm-hmm. And so for every project that we do as a studio, including this one, we bring along experts in the field to kind of shape that content and make sure it's achieving our purpose. Mm-hmm. So in the case of In the Sun, we worked with the Melanoma Research Foundation and the American Academy of Dermatology. We also have a behavioral psychologist kind of advising on the content and making sure that it's getting through to consumers and leading to what we want it to do. And that tonality, that positive tonality, is certainly based in research, and that fear is not necessarily a positive motivator for people to go out and change their behavior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's very good. Great. And now you have an incredible piece of content there and creation of content. So as a marketer, you want as many people as possible to see this content. So how do you approach that challenge of like getting this in front of as many people as possible?
Yeah, it's a great question. That all comes down to a really strategic distribution plan. So our partners at Passion Point Collective help us market the film, and they are an agency that specializes in brand funded films. And so part of the strategy here is film festivals. You submit the film to film festivals. To date, we've placed at 7 film festivals, which we're very excited about.
Wow.
And that helps build buzz, credibility for the film, because you can see from the trailer, this is entertainment. It's not advertising, and that's very intentional. And so the film festivals we're applying to and that we're screening at are true film festivals. We're in the documentary short category. And so that's kind of the first step to distribution. And then we're going to be available on demand next week. And the intention there is, how do you get it in front of as many people as possible? So we'll be on channels like Apple TV, Google Play, and we'll also be streaming on YouTube, because we want this to reach a global audience, and that can help us do that.
That's great. I know that you've had some initial results from it as well. You've had a group of consumers kind of seeing and reacting, and is it driving the actions that you had hoped for, and in these early results?
Yeah, at our company, we love to keep our pulse on like consumers and what they're thinking, how they feel, and that was no different within the Sun. So throughout the process, we had check-ins with consumers to make sure that this was a moving piece of content, that it was achieving our objectives. And so I can share a few results, which is that earlier this year, we did a test screening, just the way Hollywood would. And we screened with about 200 individuals, a diverse group from, I think we had representation from every state in the US. And we surveyed them on their attitudes and behaviors related to skin cancer, seeing a dermatologist, sunscreen usage, before and then after watching the film. And what we saw was that after watching the film, 85% of people were more likely to do a skin cancer self-exam. And that for us was a really telling stat. We also saw that 89% were more likely to wear sunscreen. Again, really strong behavior change indication in these results. And I don't think that's something that we'd be able to do if it wasn't a documentary, if it wasn't a film, because there's something so emotionally moving about content like this. It's very much lean in content, not lean back content. Like you're engaged throughout it. We have a cast of some incredible characters. These are real people. We're telling their stories, and it just shows the power of the medium. It's a way to bring our brand purpose to life that we've never done before, and certainly we want to do more of it going forward.
Mm-hmm. That's great. There are actually getting some great questions in the Q&A here as well, and one is around kind of what are the biggest challenges that you see around implementing these purpose-led programs. And Neutrogena is obviously a large company, and how do we get these things off the ground?
Yeah, it's certainly not easy, but working at a values-based company helps. You know, Johnson & Johnson's the world's largest broadly based healthcare company. And within Neutrogena, we're the largest skin health brand in the US. And we have a really strong purpose, which is to create a world in which skin is not a barrier to unlock what's best for you. And underneath that purpose, there's kind of different pillars of how we bring the purpose to life. It's so much more than a tagline. There's actionable plans associated with our purpose. And so there's 4 pillars, which are advocacy, education, expertise, and transparency. And In the Sun falls under that pillar of education. So how do we educate the public on better skin health behaviors, sun protection being one of them? Mm-hmm. So we had internal alignment of, hey, this is a priority for us as a brand to live into this purpose. But then, you know, how do you get something like this done is a whole nother question, because we never made a movie before. So honestly, the key here was keep it small to a very core team when you're starting out. And so I think if I think back to a couple of years ago when we filmed this, we ended up cutting together about a 5-minute reel when we were midway through production. And when we showed that reel to people, you know, and executives and leaders in the company, they really got it. Mm-hmm. The idea alone, hey, let's make a movie about sun protection and skincare. people don't necessarily like understand what you mean because this is such a new space. But getting that 5-minute reel was very key in unlocking more investment and like continuing production to make this as big as possible.
Isn't that the best combination? Big budget and small team. It's much better than the opposite.
If all my projects could be big budget and small team, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, well, that takes us into the next topic. Is this is a part of Neutrogena Studios. So this is the first film that's coming out of Neutrogena Studios. But tell us a little bit about kind of how did that idea come about? How did it get created? Now that you can kind of take content marketing to the next level here, what's the background and story behind Neutrogena Studios?
Yeah, absolutely. So you've seen the trailer for In the Sun. That's the first film coming out of Neutrogena Studios. After we finished the film and we saw some of the data around how persuasive it was in driving true behavior change with consumers, we realized that there's so much opportunity here to do more. And so what we did is we created a division under Johnson & Johnson called Neutrogena Studios. And the goal is to tell stories about skin health, celebrate beauty for all, and inspire people to action. And that last piece, the inspire people to action, is really core. And I think that's differentiated from some of the content studios we've seen from other brands. We really want to drive behavior change in everything we do. It could be behavior change, it could be perception change. It's really clear within the Sun. After watching the film, I've started wearing a daily SPF, and I'm guilty, I never did that before. But it's that idea of long form storytelling can be so persuasive. So what are the other stories that we want to tell as a brand that live into this idea?
It's an incredible way to kind of drive that consumer change in consumer behavior. And as you're thinking about kind of how you measure, is there like a logic magic part here where this is magic, and then there's a logic part of it translating into some actions that you want the consumers to take? And I guess Neutrogena is such a big brand that you just get everybody to kind of to think about this. Then it also lifts the sales for the actual product. But tell about that kind of that balance between on one end making a movie, on the other side making sure that there's actions are taken, and one of those actions I assume is hoping that somebody buys the actual product. But it's a fine line to balance, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a fine line, and there's no science to it. I think you have to be comfortable giving up control when you're making a brand funded film like this. To clarify, the Neutrogena brand does not appear within the film. Aside from the Neutrogena Studios logo at the beginning and a credit at the end, it's an unbranded film. And so as marketers, we can go into it with a plan. And in this case, our plan was, here's 5 different myths about sun protection that we want to bust with the film. For example, tanning. A lot of young consumers think that there's a way to safely tan if you're wearing sunscreen. In fact, that's a myth. There is no such thing as a safe tan. If you're getting tan, that is damage to the skin. And especially at a young age, it's more damaging than if you had that damage at an older age. And so we kind of went in with these storylines of, hey, we'd love to capture this. And that's the logic part of it. And that's based in years of consumer research of we understand what those myths are in the sun category. And then the magic part to your question is more like the filmmaking and the casting and the editing of the film. And that's where leaning on an expert storyteller like Kerry Washington, who's an Emmy Award winner, and her production company, Simpson Street, does this for a living, they can help us craft that magic. And they certainly did throughout the process, giving notes on editing, on music, on casting. It really was an invaluable partnership. And I think that's where a lot of the magic came from.
Phenomenal. We've got another great question in the chat here, and that was kind of aside from the distributing it through on-demand services, what other plans do you have in terms of getting the content out to as many as possible?
Yeah, definitely the distribution plan I spoke to is a huge piece. There is also a media component, a paid media component to help us get reach. There's a PR component. One component that's pretty untraditional that kind of came up during COVID was a school screening program. We know that education is really important to start young when it comes to safe sun behaviors, because then those behaviors can last a lifetime. And so we had this question of how can we get this film in schools? And, you know, schools do educational screenings often, but how do we get our film in there? And so we partnered with our agency and we ended up developing a school screening program. For this film, we feel the right age is in middle school kids. So we created a program. Teachers can sign up, they get a copy of the film, they get a few pieces of like sun care goodies, and then they get an educational guide, like a discussion guide for their students. And I'm excited to share that in just a couple weeks of this program being live, we already have over 1,500 signups from middle school teachers, and it continues to grow. So, and that was before we even mentioned that Kerry Washington was part of the film, because at the time that was under embargo. So we think we can continue to grow this program, and it's an important and unique distribution channel for us.
Great. I want to go back a little bit in time, because before the movie, you also introduced the Neutrogena Skin 360 app, which also was an incredibly innovative and great use of technology. Tell me a little bit about that project, and how does that kind of ideas that came out of that, how did that tie into the making of the film?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's related to the making of the film, but the tie there is always having a really strong pulse on consumer behavior. And with Neutrogena Skin 360, what we were seeing was that in the skincare category, there's this big problem of it's hard to shop because there's so many brands, there's so many products, and consumers were raising two issues to us. One was consumers didn't know what their skin type was. Is it oily? Is it dry? Is it combination? I'm not sure what I need. That's more someone who's new to skincare often doesn't know how to figure that out. And then the second thing we were hearing from both beginners and more involved beauty consumers was, I don't know what products are right for me. And I don't know how to create a regimen of these different products to work together to achieve a certain goal, whether that's less fine lines or reduce dark spots. So we kind of took that insight as a company and we said, well, what can we do about this? And we have years of expertise in research and development. And so we partnered with our R&D team and a company called Perfect Corp, who is an expert in skin imaging. And we created the Skin 360 app. And Neutrogena Skin 360 is an at-home skin assessment. It's a free app. You can download it in the App Store or on Google Play. You can also try it on Neutrogena.com. And it gives you an assessment measuring all different parts of your face, the sides as well. And it tells you what your skin type is. And then we guide you to a product regimen. And one of the things I'm most proud of with this product is that we know that no two consumer skin are the same. That's part of our brand purpose. We're a brand for people with skin. And part of that is about unlocking.
It's a big audience.
Yes, it is a big audience, but every consumer has a different skin type. No two consumers are the same. And as a result, we had to make sure the product lived up to that. And I'm proud to say that there's over 2.5 million different possible regimens in the app. So, you know, Ari, if you took it and I took the scan, we'd get very different results in terms of the products that are being recommended. We launched this a couple years ago and we continue to update it. We've gotten some awesome industry awards from, you know, Wired and Women's Health. And we're excited to keep building this product out.
It's fascinating. Well, so what are some of the first time that's done? So I guess there were some learnings of, oh, we didn't think about that, or we have now learned something completely new. Oh, that didn't go as we had intended, or oh, this has been much better than we ever had intended. What are some things on both sides of that? What were some surprises that were, oh, we should have thought about that, or some of the positives as well? It's like, oh, this works actually better than what we had thought. What any learnings that you can share with the group?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Well, with regard to Skin 360, one of our big learnings was that people wanted a way to get to their scan, that magical scan part, quicker. And so one of the things we did is we launched a web-based version of Skin 360 late last year in Q4. And we've seen so many people using this because there's less barriers. Barriers meaning like you don't have to create an account. You can do it right from a browser. No app download is needed. And so when we took away some of those barriers that we were seeing in our analytics, now we're getting even more people completing their scans, more people getting to their product regimen, and more people buying product. And when we see people purchasing product through Skin 360, it's a very strong indicator that we're living into our purpose, because it's a match, right? It's like dating. Like we're finding the right skincare product for their skin tone. And when we see a purchase happen, we're confident that we found that right match for them.
Terrific, great. So there are more new versions coming out of apps and these type of, is that also organized under Neutrogena Studios? Is that, so it has multiple kind of ways of getting to the consumer?
Apps are not related to Neutrogena Studios, but certainly it's something that I work on outside of the studio, and definitely new versions will be coming. We're looking at really innovative ways to take Skin 360, I would say, without giving it away, I would say, how can we take Skin 360 out of the phone and maybe in more of a in-store environment?
Yeah, right, exactly. That makes a natural extension of it. So that makes a lot of sense. I want to talk a little bit about brand purpose as a marketing seminar, and obviously there's a lot of amazing brand purpose that we talked about already, but I know there's another great initiative by Neutrogena, is the Neutrogena Studios First Frame program, which was an inspiring kind of approach to how you can get the film community engaged around this topic as well. Would you share a little bit how that worked?
Yeah, so we created a program called Neutrogena Studios First Frame. And what it is it's a partnership with Ghetto Film School. Ghetto Film School is an incredible nonprofit that's been around for over 20 years, and they empower youth and bring youth into this world of filmmaking. And so as a brand and as a studio, we said, well, we want to tell stories about skin health that live into our purpose. And we also really want to reach Gen Z consumers. And so that's where the Ghetto Film School program comes in, because they're helping us reach young filmmakers. The way the program works is we're selecting 2 Gen Z filmmakers, and then we're going to be funding 2 short scripted films that those filmmakers can write and create. It's an 8-month program. It's a fellowship. So essentially there's training throughout the program with industry experts. They'll get help on things like script writing, production, lighting, editing, etc. And for Neutrogena Studios, the tie is that all the projects will live into the brand purpose. So each filmmaker was given a prompt of how would you envision a world in which skin is not a barrier to unlock what's best for you? So it's the same mission of Neutrogena, and we think there's some really rich territories and storytelling that can happen at the kind of the intersection of that. So excited to see how this program goes. It's just getting kicked off. We have filmmaker selection in a couple of weeks, so it's going to be fun to see kind of what gets submitted and what these filmmaker stories are.
Love that. Skin is not a barrier. That's a phenomenal approach. So yeah, is it too early to say kind of what type of ideas are coming out of these younger filmmakers, or what are you hoping for there?
It's just getting started, so I'm going into it with an open mind, and we're really excited to see what comes out of the program. It's just getting started.
Yeah, I love it. Again, another big budget, small team type of setup. I like it. That's great. So it gave us, I bet everybody who's watching this want to now jump in and both for themselves understand kind of better skincare and what should we do now? Where should we go? What links do we need to go to? Is there voting we need to do? How can we watch the movie when it comes out? Give us all the practical details.
Yes, of course. If you're interested in watching the film, go to www.inthesunfilm.com. You can check out the trailer there. You can read more about the film. You can learn more about the characters in the film. We have some incredible characters. One of my favorites is Stu. Stu is a 86-year-old former circus performer who lived his whole life outside in his 20s in a Speedo doing backflips and cartwheels in a traveling circus with no sunscreen on at all. And he's facing the consequences of that later in life, but he maintains this incredible joy of life and optimism that really, he's an audience favorite. Let me just say that. And I'm excited for people to see his story and learn from him and the other great subjects we have in the film. So inthesunfilm.com, the film will be available April 27th, so next Tuesday, streaming and on demand. It'll be free to view on many platforms, and I hope you check it out.
Great. Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tyler. I think we're coming up on time, or no? We have more time. All right, let's do it.
I think we got a little bit more time.
Oh, we do. All right, we have 10 more. Okay, perfect. Tell me about Stu. I thought it was some, and also how that character of Stu, he wasn't supposed to be the main character, like he wasn't supposed to be the lead, but during the creation of the film, he became more and more important. Tell me a little bit about Stu.
Yeah, so when, like I said, we did test screenings throughout the creation of the film, and we didn't just look for data on like, is this a persuasive asset, but we looked for data on what scenes are working, what scenes are not working, what characters are resonating. And we saw, certain characters were scoring much more highly than others, and we adjusted based on that. So we put in more scenes of this one, maybe tweak the scenes of that one, to really create a piece of content that was the most engaging.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we did in the test screening was viewers had a remote where they could kind of, if they tapped it, it indicated interest and engagement. And so we ended up with a interest graph for the full 40-minute film, and we can see what moments are the most engaging or where are people bored. And we took that data and we edited the film and made changes based on it. And in fact, that data that we got led to a lot more Stu in the film, which we love. And it also led to kind of the creation of our paid media assets, because we said, okay, if you're running like a 6-second bumper on YouTube and you only have 6 seconds to communicate what this film is, what's an engaging clip to show? And so we went right back to that data, and we said, oh, let's take that, let's put that in, and use that as the ad.
Yeah, I want to connect that because I bet there's a lot of people in the audience are marketers, but more traditional, I would say. So if you've gone through that part of your earlier career as well, where we've been the brand manager at Band-Aid and First Aid, and you've been at Coca-Cola, and we've been at Listerine, and that's what lessons would you teach your younger self here? So when you were more in the kind of traditional marketing side, what were some of the learnings that you now have that you could have applied earlier in your career, you think?
I think, I've worked at a few different brands within Johnson & Johnson, Band-Aid, Listerine, Nicorette, Nicoderm. I think the common thread is, one, good marketing always starts with a consumer insight, really understanding what is it that the consumer needs and wants, or maybe needs but doesn't know they need it yet. So figuring out what that is and then giving that to them through either a product innovation or, great copy in your advertising. That's when you figure out that intersection between like good communication and a consumer need and insight, that's when you see results. And so I learned that throughout. And I think In the Sun is really a great example of that taken to the next level, right? Because up until today, the longest piece of content that probably most CPG marketers have worked on is a 30-second spot. And here we are saying, let's make a 40-minute film. So keep the consumer at the pulse of everything you do, and you'll find success.
Yeah, great. I would love to learn about you in your entire career. You're kind of bridging this like logic magic thing for me, like you're switching between this ability to understand consumer, understand data, understand insights, understand what's going on, but also then over to something that is not as quantifiable. So it's kind of, you have two sides of your brain, I think, and you're able to switch between those two. Is there, talk a little bit about the data side and the logic side. Where do you look for data? What type of data interests you? What do you not use? What are you missing? I just want to understand, we're all kind of data-driven marketers at some degree, right? So talk a little bit about data. Do you find fascinating and interesting?
What I love about data, especially in the digital space, is how much there is of it. Like you can almost find a piece of data for whatever it is, whatever the question is that you have. Like, so throughout my day, I'm using tools like Google Analytics or Micmac for insight on shoppable ads, or looking at the data from the film and drop-off rates. So data is making our jobs as marketers both easier and harder because there's so much more data to look through. But the challenge is like finding the right cue from the data. What is the right insight from the data that's going to lead to a better campaign or better performance? But this is data that we never had before. So overall, it's great, but it definitely means that as marketers, we're constantly having to upskill ourselves, learn about data analytics, how to extract value from the data, and then make changes from the data. I think that third piece, make changes from the data, take action, is the piece that so often is missing. And so certainly when I'm working and doing marketing campaigns, that is something I focus on. Like, what is the actionable insight here that we can go and maybe write a new article for our site, for our blog, because we saw this trend coming up, or make a change to a product because we saw that, consumers were having difficulty with X part of Skin 360. So keeping an eye on not just like the what, but the so what is really important.
Yeah, that brings me to a topic that I'm kind of curious about as well, as if the audience is excited about creating a studio themselves or creating something similar. How do you think about how do you go about doing that? What type of profiles for people do you bring inside, and who do you partner with, and how do you set it up to be successful?
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting started, so don't take what I say as gospel, but you definitely want to have a good tie to marketing and that consumer. You also want to have a creative mind, right? So we have some very strong creatives on our side who have a vision for what we're trying to achieve as a brand. That's, very clear in our brand purpose. Like you said, the skin is not a barrier. It's very aspirational. So how do you want those kinds of thinkers? And so oftentimes that could be at your creative agency, it could be in-house. I think no matter which way you go with your studio, you need that kind of creative lens and that creative thinker as part of the core team. And then you want storytellers. So we don't have in-house production at Neutrogena, but we do have a roster of incredible agency partners who have done great work for us. And so when setting up the studio, we kind of look to those partners and say, which of these partners is going to help us best achieve this specific project? And in the case of In the Sun, we worked with a great partner called Florence, who's done some work for us actually on Skin 360, and said, hey, you have experience making films. I think you're the right partner for us for In the Sun. And we're really happy with how it turned out.
That's great. So learning for next time then, how are you going to do it differently the next time? What are the next aspect, right? You seem like somebody who doesn't like stop here. You seem like somebody who has this incredible drive, and you have something big you want to achieve here. And so where does this take you personally, you think? And where does it take the brand? And what should we expect here?
Yeah, well, I think we have to get through the release of In the Sun next week on April 27th first, but our mind is always on what's next. You're right. I'm always thinking. And so we're right now looking at kind of what are the other stories that we want to tell within Neutrogena as it relates to skin health, and how are we going to produce these types of content. So we're looking at different funding models. So there's ways you can fully fund a film, there's co-productions, there's a development process. So learning from Hollywood and how they create films and how Hollywood studios work, and trying to emulate that more within Neutrogena Studios is something we're focused on right now. And finding that next story is key. If you don't have a good story, if you don't have good tension, which comes from a good consumer insight, the story is not going to be compelling enough to watch. So nailing that is incredibly important before you start your project.
Terrific. This was incredibly inspiring for all of us, Tyler. So congratulations on this, and we're very excited to see the movie come out, see it again, and see that it drives the behavior in the consumers that you're hoping for. And we'll stay tuned for your next big thing.
Thank you so much, Ari. Thanks for having me.
Thank you both for another amazing chat. Tyler, congratulations on all the amazing work you're doing. And thank you, Ari, for coming onto the stage yet again. We love having you. So I hope to see you both soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will bring on the next session for the day. We have another exciting session planned for you all. Please welcome Sandra Mawerch, the Chief Content Director of Purpose and Sustainability Marketing at SAP, which will be moderated by Larry Koffler, the Executive Vice President and Managing Director of BCW Global. So thank you. Hi, Larry.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing great. Doing great. Thank you for the kind introduction.
You're welcome. We're so excited to have you.
So,
we are just waiting on Sandra, so I'll give her another minute.
Perfect. You can't get this virtual backdrop, folks. I know it's pretty special, but
you know, I can't figure it out either, so it's okay. Hi, Sandra.
Hello, hello. I was kicked out in like the last inning, and then I'm back in here for the first quarter. So
you're here. That's all that matters.
Yes.
All right, I'll leave it to you too. Thank you.
Great.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Larry.
Introduction. Hi, Sandra. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's an honor to speak with you today on Earth Day, and happy Earth Day. And you're speaking to us live from downtown Honolulu.
Correct. Yes. One of the most beautiful places on Earth, in my opinion, and a constant reminder of how important, our land is and our Earth. In Hawaii, we call it, the Aina, the land. And it's such an important concept, and we have to really treasure it.
Absolutely. One of my favorite places on Earth. And I know we have 1 billion people today participating in Earth Day activities. And I wanted to start with you in your role at SAP, if that's okay, just to sort of ground us a little bit. I was fascinated by your role and your journey. So I thought maybe we could start a little bit with, you're Chief Content Director for Purpose and Sustainability, and you lead the Global Partnerships division from brand purpose perspective, connected into the SDGs. So maybe you could just help frame a little bit of your role and how it connects into the broader structure.
Yes, I'd be happy to. And it's actually funny, when you were talking about it, I was thinking, oh my gosh, when I started at SAP 6 years ago, there was no such thing as a Chief Content Director for Purpose and Sustainability Marketing. There wasn't even a Purpose and Sustainability Marketing department, nonetheless. And here, fast forward 6 years, there is, and it's thriving, and it's just amazing to see how traction has grown, and just the appetite for purpose and sustainability topics, not just as something that we want to talk about, but something we want to act upon, has increased in an incredible way. And yeah, that is my official title, Chief Content Director for Purpose and Sustainability Marketing at SAP. And what that means is that I get to work with an incredible team of creatives in figuring out how do we package up all the great initiatives and programs and products, that we're developing here at the company. How do we package that up and share it with the market and inspire, our industry to not only follow suit, but innovate in even greater ways in how to drive these topics forward at scale.
That's great. And one of the things that a lot of companies and brands work on and struggle with a little bit is how to focus. Like, what are the guardrails? And so you mentioned some of the broader areas that helps you in this world of social impact and purpose. Can you talk a little bit about what those are?
Yes, and that has been an incredible exercise for our company to go through. And just to give a little bit of context, SAP is one of the world's largest enterprise software companies. We're almost 50 years old, actually turning 50 next year, founded out of Germany, and we're 110,000 people strong. And one of the biggest exercises over these past 6 years that I've been in the company has been an internal communications exercise in figuring out what should the focus areas for the company be when it comes to purpose and sustainability, because there are just so much to tackle out there in the world, but what are the things that we as a technology company can really influence and make a big difference in? And then second, just like educating our entire workforce on what purpose and sustainability means. And one of the big concepts that has been a great enabler for our workforce has been the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Which is this framework of 17 goals that was founded by the United Nations, launched by the United Nations in 2015. And SAP, was one of the first companies to go up to the UN together with Angela Merkel, who is still, the Chancellor of Germany,
right.
And say, we're committing our company and our resources to achieving some of these sustainable development goals. So we went from first educating our entire workforce on what do these goals mean and what do they mean to SAP? How do we internalize them and make them relevant to the work that we do on an everyday basis? Because even if you're an accountant, or if you're a project manager, or if you're a janitor in one of our facilities, there are ways that you can have a positive impact on the environment, the society, and our economy. And that was really the big first step in just the whole education. And then you've seen more and more come out from SAP in the past couple of years, and actually externalizing all of that internal education and programmatic efforts that we've been driving, for these past 5-6 years since I joined the company, actually.
That's great. And I think what you said earlier about, not just talking about acting, and that's becoming more, more important, and this ability to do that. But I'd love to just talk a little bit about your journey. And actually, before I do that, I did want to mention at the beginning that we'll have time for Q&A. So there's questions, so you can do that in the chat, and we can get to those. But in terms of your journey, I was fascinated in terms of how you started out as a graphic designer, a visual strategist, and an entrepreneur, and how you've sort of incorporated that. And part of it also is just like tips for other people who are starting out in the business. But we'd love to hear a little bit about how you took that and parlayed it into what you're doing now.
Yes, definitely. So my background is in graphic design and computer science. That's my degree. And I always had a very visual approach to any kind of work that I take on. I feel like being able to visualize your idea and your programs and your initiatives just makes it so much more powerful. And it's just the best way of communication, in my opinion. I'm also super biased as a visual strategist. So that's how, it all started, even at SAP, working on data visualization products as a product manager, trying to visualize stories through data and through visualizations. That quickly developed into becoming data visualizations of impact content and contents that, you know, had some kind of an environmental, societal, or economic flair. And then that was recognized, you know, by a lot of the leadership in our company. And then I was elevated into roles that were more marketing or go-to-market focused. Yeah, that's how I ended up in the role that I'm in now as well.
Great. It's inspiring, and it's you know, very, very impressive. And I think it speaks to like how important those, you know, those traits are today. So wanted to talk a little bit about how things have changed. And we're thinking about stakeholder expectations. This, you know, this is Earth Day is a day to sort of reflect a little bit on what needs to be done, where we are. But in you know, your experience in the purpose and social impact field, you know, it's been interesting to see how, you know, stakeholder expectations have shifted. There's studies that have shown, you know, 3/4 of millennial workers would take a slightly smaller salary to work for an environmentally responsible company. And it's even more so with Gen Z. You know, investors are considering it more, consumers are expecting it. So just love to get your take on how you've seen that change over the years.
Yeah, no, that has absolutely changed. I want to say even the past 2-3 years, where there's a lot of prominent leaders that came out, you know, from big financial organizations, big technology companies, and said, you know, we're not going to take investments from institutions that are no longer just, you know, supporting only sustainably driven companies and et cetera. That has really created a big push in the market from the shareholder side. And I think at the end of the day, the top-down approach is really what makes things accelerate. And that's also something we've seen, you know, at SAP as a large corporation, is that our top management are all 100% behind sustainable development, and they want, you know, the full company to show up for those topics and you know, not just show up, but act on them. As you said in the beginning, it's just so crucial. Our shareholders are expecting it. Our society, our economy, and our environment can't wait any longer. And that's very clear. And we have a lot of passion in our leadership around these topics, and that makes a world of a difference. And it's good that it's not just our leadership, right? It's the entire industry. So it's backed, you know, horizontally across all of these different stakeholders. And I think that makes the big difference, because SAP as one company cannot do this alone, right? This is really a world game. We all have to get together and work for the same cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And that collaboration is so critical. So we'd just love to chat a little bit about, so these changes in stakeholder expectations, you know, how have they impacted, how, you know, from your perspective, how companies are and brands are incorporating sustainability? You know, one of the things we've seen is just the shift from, you know, an ad hoc, nice to do, you know, bolt on to, you know, companies that are truly looking to, you know, build it in to what they're doing. And the other thing, you know, as part of this is just the, you know, there's been, we found there's been sort of a gap between what are some of the great intentions and commitments, and, you know, as we talked about, what's the impact and what's the real action. But we'd love to hear a little bit about, you know, how you've seen some of these shifts in stakeholder expectations impact, you know, your work and, you know, how you're seeing.
Yes, yeah. So I think I can talk about two things here. I think from a resource allocation perspective, over these past, you know, just 6 years that I've been with the company, the resources allocated to purpose and sustainability topics has just grown exponentially. Not only do we have hundreds of headcounts dedicated, you know, across the company between CSR, sustainability, the department that I represent, and our product, we have a whole product suite team only dedicated to sustainability and running on S/4HANA, which is our big database. You know, hundreds of headcounts dedicated there, and then just the resources that comes with every single team is also very significant, especially on our CSR donation side, as you can imagine. But you know, that's one thing, and that's just one aspect of it. Yeah. Another aspect is just rethinking how we do business. So last year we launched a very, very powerful program called 5 and 5 by 25. And it's not just a program, you know, that SAP is part of. We launched it, but we invited all of our customers and partners to take part in it as well. But essentially what it means is that we're going to take 5% to go towards social enterprises and 5% towards diverse suppliers by 2025, which actually accumulates into $50 million of our addressable spend in our day-to-day procurement, just to ensure that, in our day-to-day procurement of things that we're buying for the company, whether that be toilet paper or coffee beans or, all the things that you need to procure to run a 110,000 people company, that they're sourced, in the most sustainable possible way. We want every single company to do something like this, right? And that's why it's an open initiative. We're just the platform layer, and we can help power it, through our technology. 440,000 companies are running their procurement on our SAP Ariba platform, which is our procurement and supply chain software. And it's a really, really powerful opportunity. And I know that you also know one of our partners, GiveWith, who we closed an incredible deal with last year to really partner around ensuring that we can embed social impact investments in this core supply chain of our partners and customers. That's where you can make it, when you can automate things and you can just make it, just like Amazon has done with Smile, you can do that on a business to business level as well. This is essentially that. And then it becomes really easy to do good and do well at the same time.
That's great. That's an amazing program, and just wanted to stay on that for a second in terms of, how this worked. Did you start this internally first and test it to make sure it worked, and with this sort of the idea that it would go inside out? And
yes, it was a year in the works. It was a year-long pilot before it was externalized.
Wow. That's great. And how many, what's the pickups you see? You mentioned there's several hundred companies that have already started it. Wow.
Yes. So that are being onboarded to the platform. So that's a process in of it itself, but it's at least, getting out there, it's influencing the market, it's influencing our customers and partners to start thinking like this and thinking about, okay, we can just take whatever it is that we're already spending. We don't have to create net new dollars, right? That we have to allocate. We can actually take what it is that we're already spending and just allocate that in responsible ways.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea and program when you look at sort of the size of that market, broadly, and how much money flows. Just a little bit can make a huge difference. That's exciting. Yeah. On a similar topic, I had read a little bit about the SDG ambition piece, and I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about that. It was in the spirit of how do we help companies and brands put purpose and ESG and sustainability at the core and empower and help sort of navigate, because there's so much that they can they can do and sort of connecting to the SDGs. So maybe that's touch on that a little bit.
Yes, I'd love to share that program. It's a program that's very near and dear to my heart. But yeah, it was softly launched at Davos in January 2019, I want to say. No, 2020. That was before everything went crazy. That was when it was launched. And essentially what it is, it's a very ambitious program to ensure that we can onboard every single company in the world to adopt the SDGs into their core strategy and business processes. We've already onboarded thousands of companies to the accelerator program that we're driving to really, get people onboarded to what that actually means. And we have a number of management guides that are available for free online via the UN Global Compact's website. It's a partnership between UN Global Compact, SAP, Accenture, and 3M. So some really powerful organizations behind it, but it's open to the entire world. So we develop, the practices and the guidelines, but every single company in this world can pick this up and implement different varieties of the, the targets and the objectives that we've laid out in these management guides. So definitely encourage everyone to take a look at that, study them, bring them to your own organization, right? If this is something that you would want to get your company onboarded with.
That's great. No, I mean, I think having that available, and it's not a, it's just the infinite game, basically, right? So where we're just looking to continue to play as opposed to win or lose. That's a fantastic program. So one other question, we're talking, the news today, there's been a lot of news about commitments, and, I've been sort of obsessed with this idea of race to zero. There's 127 governments have sort of committed to net zero, have net zero commitments. I mean, Biden today recently committed to, I think 50 to 52% below 2005 emissions previously. Our company, WPP, just made one this morning with net carbon emissions, I think in operations 2025. But would love to get your take on net zero, and I love how it's not just emissions with how you look at it and just sort of that overall phenomenon.
Yes, so I'd love to talk to you about that, and congratulations that BCW also made a great commitment this morning, and that's really great. We need to see every single company step up on that one, because emissions are important, but there are multiple facets of zero. So I can talk a little bit about what that means at SAP, but also wanted to just flag that our original target was also to become net neutral on the emissions side by 2025, but we just launched last month in our integrated report that we have shaved off 2 years of that journey. So we're now going to be net neutral by 2023. So that was a big announcement for us last month. So you can read more about that in our integrated report, which is available on sap.com/purpose. But just to go back to zero. So at SAP, we are obsessed with zero. We want to have zero emissions on the climate action side. We want to have zero waste on the circular economy side. And we want to have zero inequality on the socially responsible value chain side. So those are 3 aspects of zero that we take super seriously. And we want all of them to weigh equally, because we feel like they all have an equal role to play in order for us to achieve the world that we want to live in and that we want to leave behind for future generations.
That's great. That's very, that's a great way to look at it. And those are baked into your goals, your KPIs, and your sustainability report.
Yes.
No, that's great. Well, I had a few more, and then I know there's looks like there's a couple of questions that are starting to come in, but just in terms of the advice for folks, and I know we'll get to some of this and maybe this answer, but anything that from your perspective, your journey, people starting out in in the business or in the field, curious as to what you're reading, or how you're staying up. I mean, there's a massive amount of information that's coming in all the time, and staying relevant. So is there anything that sort of sticks out in terms of your what you've been on the way that might be helpful for some folks that are just getting going?
Yes, I love this question, because when it comes to purpose and sustainability, and also the UN Sustainable Development Goals, it's one of those things that once you're immersed in them, you can never go back. It's kind of like wearing a seatbelt, right? Nowadays, we can't imagine that people used to drive without seatbelts, or there's tons of examples like that. But once you get immersed into the power of purpose and sustainability, you're not going to be able to look at the world any way differently. And I think a great place to start is the globalgoals.org, which is an educational website on what are the Sustainable Development Goals, what does the framework mean, what are all the sub-targets that is underneath every single goal. Educate yourself on what that all means, and become well-versed in the language and just like understanding the concepts. I think that's a really great resource. And then join events like these, like join communities and movements and events that facilitate our ecosystem and help us grow it, right? Help us expand it into, you know, the industry that you're representing or the field that you're in.
Great, that's perfect. Really good advice. And one other question, and then I think we can jump in, and we've got a few questions here. Curious to how you've, you know, from a data perspective, what tools you're using or how you think about it. I mean, you know, that's been part of what you grew up doing from a data viz perspective. Is there anything, is that a sort of a separate community that you're a part of? Are they merging, or just sort of various tools that you use to, you know, stay up on it, or, you know, how does that work in your world?
Yeah, so SAP has a lot of amazing tools. SAP Analytics Cloud is an evolution of the tool that I was originally trained in, and I've always used that as a great resource. And I know that our friends and customers over at the United Nations use it too for a lot of the predictions that they're making for future developments in the different countries that they're working with. And on that note, I wanted to also refer to the SDG Data Hub and the United Nations Data Hub, which are also great platforms and communities to learn more about how do you create data-driven decisions around SDGs and ESG targets.
Perfect. Well, that's really helpful. Well, I think we'll jump into some questions. I know there's a few here, so I want to make sure we have some time to tackle them, if that works for you.
Yes, that will be great.
So first one is, so when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing? So when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose?
Yes, so I'm extremely biased, right? To me, having a purpose is alpha omega when you go to the market. I don't think anyone will listen, right? If you're only talking about features and functions and you don't talk about what kind of an impact your product or whatever it is that you're doing has on the broader society or environment or or the world or the economy. So so that's my approach to that. It sounds very religious, but that's really something I truly believe in. We're conducting a really interesting experiment right now with a partner on how consumers in the market are receiving SAP ads based on whether they're purpose driven or whether they're just products driven. So we don't have the findings yet of that test, but I'm really curious to just see how the market is responding, because my methodology, right, and my hypothesis has always been that something that's purpose and sustainability driven will always leave a stronger mark on whoever it is that we're communicating to. And I wish that I could share that insight already, because I only have the hypotheses, but I don't have the final result yet.
Oh, that's great. So I would imagine so, and I imagine those would also be shifting. So next up is the biggest challenges you faced in your career implementing purpose-led programs, and on the flip side, the biggest opportunities.
That's also such a great question. It actually links back to what you were talking about earlier, Larry. Going from being something that's nice to have to something that's need to have has been, somewhat of a transition. It was really annoying almost, right, to be on the nice to have side, because it's like you want, what it is that you're doing to have strategic relevance. And I think that it was a much stronger push for the first 3 years that I was working on these topics, where now it's evolved much more into a pull. So we're getting, there's a demand from every corner of the business on the types of topics that we're driving, and just like the education of it as well. And that, was the challenge in the beginning, but now it's also the big opportunity, because now we can feed all those demands and ensure that we are able to scale up in the best possible way.
Yeah, that's a great point. And yeah, it's interesting that there was a lot of convincing it seemed that needed to happen at the beginning, and sort of why, there was an impact on, you can do well and do good, and sort of those types of decks I remember presenting. And then now it's, okay, everybody's in, but how do you do it? And how does it, really manifest? And there's an art and science to that, which leads into the next question, which I think is a great one. We didn't talk about this earlier, but how do you promote authenticity with your purpose-driven marketing strategies? And I think, I just think about, it's a big part of what we're, dealing with now, which is, we talk a little bit about how important it is to understand what you stand for and to take a stand, but not to grandstand, and to figure out, or woke wash, and, people are talking about still, there's the greenwashing. So how do you promote authenticity within your purpose-driven marketing strategies? What's your take on that?
I love this question. And just a full disclosure, I didn't come from marketing, right? I came from product management, product development, and after that I was in enablement. I just joined marketing 2 years ago. But I think that marketing has always been in that risk of falling into the trap of just hiring an agency to basically conduct your entire story of and not necessarily tying it back to what your company is actually doing. And that can be extremely risky from a purpose and sustainability point of view. And don't get me wrong, I love working with agencies, but you need to work with agencies that actually understand your business and what it is that you're doing. I have multiple examples, but I'm not going to mention them because it would be embarrassing of just SAP having done that in the past, right? Of just going to market with a story around how we're creating a sustainable, coding class in Kenya or something like that, right? And this is totally just a hypothetical example, but it's and then we're not actually having SAP employees on the ground doing anything. It's just basically something that is a story because it ties well to our brand, it ties well to our narrative, and I think that a lot of companies have been doing that for many years. Yes. And now we take it very, very seriously that whatever it is that we're going to market with is something that ties directly back to our business. So our job in the purpose and sustainability marketing team is to work extremely closely with CSR, sustainability, product management, and our development and our sales organization, right? So we can get those true, authentic stories and just amplify them, package them, amplify them, and ensure, that those real stories is what we're telling and what we're sharing with the market. And I think that's a big shift that's happened, in marketing across all industries in these last couple of years, is that consumers are definitely not going to fall for any kind of stunt, right? It needs to be authentic and it needs to be real.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and it's a huge focus as well for us in understanding where are those opportunities to lead and to develop a signature platform, and where are those opportunities where you need to make the right statement and be part of the pack, if you will. But that's a great answer, and so critically important, especially now. So we have another on, are you adjusting your marketing and digital transformation initiatives or investments over the next couple of years based on 2020? And I'm assuming it's based on the pandemic and the experience there. So is there any sort of implications for marketing and digital transformation?
Yes, most definitely. The biggest factor is the in-person to virtual, right? So we have a purely digital strategy for the rest of the year. And then we'll see how things starts opening up in 2022. But for now, we're just super mindful of our colleagues, especially in India and the Philippines, who are just going through so much devastation right now when it comes to the pandemic. And we're obviously a global company, so we can't just be focused on one market, and we have to just have empathy across the border and across all the different regions that we represent. So it would also feel wrong if, for example, North America being fully vaccinated now, we're just going to go back to normal and leave all the other countries hanging, right? That would not feel right. So for now, we're executing on a fully digital strategy throughout 2021, and 2022, we might start opening up to in-person initiatives, but it'll be very on case-by-case basis, following this kind of strict 80-10-10 approach, where we might do 10% in person, 10% mixed, and 80% digital.
Oh, that makes sense. And there's one other question here, but before we get to that, it reminded me. So you have a global remit, and wanted to talk a little bit at the beginning. I mean, you're sort of uniquely suited for this because you're sort of a global citizen of sorts. Right, so you were, grew up in Europe,
yes,
and had moved quite a bit. So you have, do you think, just curious to know in terms of your, how important that sensibility is for this type of position to have, like you mentioned, having empathy for what's happening and the different paces of vaccination and that.
Yeah, so I think global citizenship is always great, right? It's especially when you work in a global company representing more than 150 nationalities, which, at SAP, that's the case. And I feel really privileged, that I've been able to live so many different places around the world. I think I'm at around 10 countries that I've been able to live in my 30 years of life, but it's something that I encourage every young person, every person actually. But I had a chance to move abroad a lot as part of my studies and as part of my college career. And as a young person, if you're sitting out there, I just encourage you to take advantage of the world now that hopefully we'll be in a more open world again next year and beyond. Go out there, experience different cultures, learn from the different cultures, and bring that knowledge with you as you go into the workforce as well, because it plays a big role, especially when you're working in a global corporation.
Yeah, that's great answer. And I think, and I'm just curious as well, before we get to the last one, in terms of your personal, work cadence given time zones in Hawaii. Is you've adjusted to that now? In terms of you're working, with
yes,
time zones. You're probably took a little bit of tweaking.
Yes, 100%. So I do work East Coast hours, so it's 3 a.m. Start here in HST time zone. But then I also get to shut down my computer at 12 p.m. and be done for the day and spend time with my son.
Awesome. That's great. I think we've got one more question here in the queue, and I think just a couple more minutes. So, and this is from my friend Hope Friedman. Hi, Hope. Are there executives who sponsor SAP's purpose and sustainability initiatives? Is there certain functional heads who lead the particular enterprise?
Yes.
Do we have time for this, or are we?
Yes, you have time.
Okay.
Yes, this is a great question. So at SAP, we're German structured company. So we consist of multiple board areas, 7 to be specific, and each board area has its own kind of CEO. So I'm in the board area of marketing and solutions under Julia White, who is our executive sponsor of everything that we do across marketing and go-to-market and solutions. And every single board area and every single board member has a focus area. I'd say you see one board member will be very focused on the circular economy topic. One board member will be very focused on DE&I topics. So every single board member has kind of like their special investment that they're also executing on within their board area. So hopefully that answers the question, but that's how, our leadership is structured, how we're approaching, the 5 strategic themes that we've selected as a company to invest into. Happy to elaborate on that more if necessary. But thank you so much, Larry, and thank you, Ariel, and Brand Innovators. It's been such a great session, and I look forward to connecting with everyone who joined today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. And thank you, Ariel and Sandra. It was a pleasure.
Such a pleasure indeed. Sandra, thank you so much for sharing insight into the brand and giving us such inspiring words today. I hope you come back. We would love to have you.
Awesome, of course. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. And thank you, Larry, as well.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Have a great day, both.
Happy Earth Day. Bye.
Happy Earth Day.
Bye. With that, I will bring on the next two speakers to the stage. As always, we have another great session for you. So please welcome Shantae Waters, the head of media at Sundial Brands with Unilever, moderated by Kate Miller Spencer, head of industry, CPG, retail, and QSR at Vox Media. Welcome both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today.
We were both so smart that we have our special backdrops here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we pay attention to directions, right, Shantae?
Exactly. I feel like you're always like, what part of my hair is going to get cut off?
I agree. I feel the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this setup here. I am delighted to be here today to be part of this conversation about purpose-driven marketing, something that is near and dear to our mission at Vox Media. We have a practice at Vox Media that is rooted in helping brands tell their stories of good works. It's called Vox IQ, where the I stands for impact and the Q for quotient. It's dedicated to harnessing the power of our 13 editorial networks, including Eater, The Cut, New York Mag, The Verge, and more, to drive meaningful impact with our audiences with one universal KPI: progress for the world and for all. It sounds really heady until you understand that there are some brands, including the brand we're going to talk about today, the company we're going to talk about today, Sundial and Shea Moisture, that are literally getting this right. It's part of the DNA of the brand from the start. So I'm thrilled today to talk to you, Shantae, about Shea Moisture and the powerful best-in-class marketing that you lead that's always been purpose-driven. And I want to start with the history of Sundial and Shea Moisture, because I think it sets the table for how, as a brand and a company, it's product and purpose as one.
Absolutely. So I love the words that our CEO, Cara Sabin, always kind of uses as a rallying cry, that we are a mission with a business. And Shea Moisture has been that mission for 30 years. I think we deliver superior products. We can talk about all the credentials in that space, but what really sets us apart, what really brings meaning to not only the work that I do every day, but to what we do in order to serve our consumers, is our brand purpose, which is to overserve the underserved. We do that both globally in terms of our product sourcing. Shea Moisture partners with women-led co-ops in Northern Ghana to really source all of our shea butter ethically, as well as in the States here, where our focus is unapologetically serving Black women and supporting Black women entrepreneurs.
There's so much about, you said the mission and the business are one. Talk a little bit about how the brand was really catapulted into the national stage. I think the relationship with Target is a really interesting way, and just the history of the brand and where it lived in the store.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say one important component of Shea Moisture's early success was really the unmet need in the marketplace. And I would say there's two different portions of that. That's the physical need to have products that service women that have natural hair textures and want to be able to explore and have versatility with those styles. But on the other side, there was a gap in terms of how and where those brands showed up for her. Shea Moisture actually worked with Target to physically move the location of the textured hair care products that sat in the store. So you have to think about the collaboration, the partnership that literally changed the configuration of the stores, and was really a statement, and it validated where those products should sit that serve Black women. So I think that's really one of the pieces that grew us to the national stage. I will say we are a founder-started business and Black founded, which is really important. From our original founder, Richelieu Dennis, who started on the streets of Harlem to where we are today. We are the largest textured hair care brand. And I think at the heart or at the core is our community commerce model. And it's a percentage of sales model that directly provides investments to Black women entrepreneurs. And we're really, really mindful to always say it's investments, right? So brands can physically show up and give a monetary donation, and that's wonderful and it's needed, especially when it comes to Black women entrepreneurs. But one element that we want to make sure that we focus on is not purely monetary donations, because if we don't provide access to education, access to additional resources, that's not going to help us really break the cycles of wealth disparity that we know is kind of apparent among our core consumer and who we want to reach and support.
So how do you identify, just focusing on the community programs that you have, how do you identify the people on the ground who are going to help you infiltrate those communities and actually make an impact beyond just the monetary impact? Is it larger charities? Like, how do you guys think about that?
So we generally like to build our own programs, and we think that that's critically important, that we find what is that unmet need, right? That's the space that we entered in as a brand from a product standpoint, but where do we need to show up for our community? I do think that 2020 was a huge year for us to support our community in a number of different ways. I can talk a little bit about some of those funds, but the identification portion of it, one piece that I think is really interesting is that we always reach out to our community. We ask our consumers who should be nominated for any particular fund or any particular program that we're setting up. And it's important that we are not the only kind of stakeholders or decision makers in who is kind of getting access to education, et cetera. I think the other piece is making sure that we tap into experts in the space so that they can weigh in as subject matter experts. We're marketers day to day. We're not necessarily somebody that's immersed in a particular topic that we want to tackle. So it's also leaning on those experts as well.
That's amazing. I think that feedback with your customer and the communities that you've created, I'd love to hear a little bit more about how your social community is actually truly a community, which I think a lot of brands struggle with. And it seems that you have figured it out. So it would be great to share with the people listening who are peer marketers. What is your secret there?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of conversation in the marketing space now around how do you close the feedback loop, and social is a great way to do that. I do think that Shea Moisture as a brand has kind of always seen that as a core, and that's because we were a small brand that grew, and we use that as a constant reminder of, one, the work that we need to do and the products that we need to create in order to serve our consumer base. We have a very, very tight community through social. We like to have active dialogue. I think the other piece is we like to show up and we like to support our community and hold space for people, because oftentimes that's not readily available. So whether it's creating an Instagram live series and we're having a dialogue and we're giving people that room to really share how they feel about everything that's going on in the world, or whether it's letting them know about a product that's out, or even to our influencer program, which actually allows us to hear that live feedback on products and allows them to know about what we're doing from a purpose standpoint as well. It's important to have those one-to-one connections. I will say that that is, again, part of what was the very beginning of Shea Moisture's success, is that we showed up at a number of different experiential events, obviously in person, because it was way before
we are, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the day.
Exactly. I feel like that's one thing that we've had that's almost been a little bit difficult, is that we're used to showing up at events, having that dialogue, having our team that lives and breathes it every single day talk to our consumers, get their real feedback and take it back to the group. whether it's our innovation team or even our comms team, so that we have a true understanding of the mindset of our consumers. But that was also a large part of how we talk to our consumers, is having those one-to-one conversations, even though we are the largest textured hair care brand.
That's amazing. I think last year for so many brands, it was such a pivotal year, and you definitely had some programs that you instituted last year, especially around social justice. I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you responded, sort of staying in this community conversation that we're having.
Of course. So I would say first, in everything that happened in 2020, it's hard to take the walk back to the beginning of the year and where we were in April, right? Everybody was kind of figuring out their new life. Some people were protecting and caring for their loved ones. And we know that COVID was a time where we had to show up for our community. We know that Black consumers were impacted at a greater rate than the average American. So Shea Moisture launched a $1 million relief fund to support small businesses and small business owners during that time. We wanted to provide them with the financial relief, but also give them access to resources to navigate this time. I think in times of crises or in times of challenges or moments, that's where entrepreneurs shine, right? They see a problem, they jump in to solve it. So that moment was critical for us to invest and support those businesses. We partnered with a few different organizations to identify whether it were businesses that had changed and had pivoted. So if they had access to vehicles, are they driving people to doctor's appointments, et cetera, when public transit is changing, right? I think the other piece is that we also created an e-lab for women of color. It was designed as a way to provide access to resources, for them to have mentorship and really just advice, because one, in April, we didn't necessarily know where we were going to be. And
everybody needed advice and direction. What a great thing to bring to your community, for sure.
Exactly. And we're going to come out of it. How do you prepare businesses to come out stronger and better than they were before everything from 2020 kind of kicked off? I do think the second component, and another huge effort by the collective marketing team, was our Social Justice Coalition Fund. So following the untimely and really tragic death of George Floyd, we announced a creation of a coalition. Again, going back to our community commerce model, it's investment, right? And that means monetary as well as education and support. So we had a $100K investment fund to support activists that are driving and working towards social change. And with that, we also had an advisory council. It was composed of 8 nationally recognized Black women and activists in their own right, so that they can provide that thought leadership to help the recipients of the fund learn and figure out what's the next step for their organizations. So there was an ongoing mentorship where they were able to collaborate and really figure out what they can do to continue pushing and doing the work on the ground.
There is a big part of the Unilever acquisition moment that was also about this shared mission. And I know just last year, as part of our Vox IQ practice, we actually produced a 6-part podcast with one of your sibling companies, Ben & Jerry's, that was a chronicle of racism in America, actually up for a Clio Award and a Webby Award, which we're very proud of.
Congratulations.
But it's great to be part of a company that actually believes in purpose-driven marketing as a core entity and a core part of what drives everything that the brand is doing. So I'd love to hear about the acquisition, which I think is unique because it is a founder-based acquisition, and usually founders are looking for a path, an exit path, and that's not necessarily what happened here.
Yeah, so I will say, one, personally, working for our organization, it gives me energy to wake up every single day and know that it's the center of everything we do, and the support and the direction and leaning into our purpose and living it comes from leadership top down. I also want to mention that Unilever as an organization, we know that brands that have purpose perform well, right? We know that that has to be a core element of a brand ethos. Otherwise, we're just distributing product, right? And that, in my understanding, I wasn't at the company at the time, was really one of the sparks for the acquisition process. In that, when Sundial and Unilever joined, one of the biggest pieces was the New Voices Fund and the creation of a $100 million fund that continuously supports Black women entrepreneurs. Again, that's the core brand purpose of Sundial. If we're going to overserve the underserved, we can do that in product, and our innovation team does an amazing job of doing that every day. But how do we help entrepreneurs in the same trajectory that our business went through, right? Again, founder-based brand, very small beginnings, but had a very, very big opportunity because Black women weren't being spoken to about natural hair care in a very dimensionalized way. So I do think that that was one of the critical moments of why it made sense in terms of the acquisition. I will say, as a brand, as Sundial today, we have the autonomy to continue to push and expand where our purpose goes, still thinking in the back of our mind what our core is, which is to overserve the underserved.
I mean, it's incredible to think of having a company that you joined that believes in all of those initiatives and missions. I'd love to hear a little bit more about, I mean, you have so much that you do for Black founded businesses and female entrepreneurs, but there's a Dartmouth program that I just find fascinating. I'd love to hear more about what that program is and how you get entrepreneurs involved in it and the benefits that they get out of it, which is, again, beyond just a financial investment. They actually come out of it with a business plan and a way to grow their own brands.
Exactly. So our Dartmouth program allows us to fund a workshop series for Black women entrepreneurs that have already started their business, right? So they have that foundation, they have that idea, that concept down pat. What's important is to help unlock where their brand can go afterwards. Our founder oftentimes credits the Dartmouth program, and I think it's important for us to make sure that we have a focus on providing those educational hours. Throughout that week, they're able to learn and, again, reshape and reimagine their business plan so that they know where they're taking their next step in that trajectory of their business.
That's just spectacular. Let's shift gears a little bit to talk about the impact on marketing and the decisions that you make about messaging. I'd love to hear about maybe a campaign that you feel is your North Star, that you, maybe one time that you really got it right, or one time that you got it the most right, I should say, because you're always getting it right.
Yeah, so I would say there's our marketing strategy overall. All of the decisions that we make really take into consideration our consumers and our brand purpose. That is in whether we're talking about external comms, whether we're talking about how we operate and how we move, or internally, what resources are we using in order to get the job done. I will say 2 times that we were able to get it right. The first I mentioned earlier, which was the Break the Walls campaign. How do we advocate and fight for Black women to see themselves within the beauty aisle? And then the other example was a campaign that we actually had last year. It was called It Comes Naturally. It was really a uncompromised collaboration amongst Black voices and Black storytellers. So from beginning to end, I think it was important, and I think gives a little bit of insight in terms of how we operate. I think first is we are a Black-led company currently, and our internal leadership as well as our agency and production team was predominantly Black women. I think for me personally, seeing that is something that is oftentimes not the case in marketing. And I think it's especially important on a brand like Shea Moisture that that's what the compilation of everybody coming together looks like. I think the other piece is the actual work itself. So Shea Moisture commissioned 6 Black female artists, including Bisa Butler, who is a world-renowned artist. She's shown at the Art Institute of Chicago, the Smithsonian, as well as really beautiful visual artists like Reina Noriega, who I personally fell in love with as a result of working on this campaign and seeing her work and learning more about her craft. What we wanted to do was create a distinctive campaign that really talked about and brought to life the stories and the legacy of Black women. And I think at a surface level, if you were to see the ad, right, you're going to think this is a very beautiful, visually appealing spot because it's a number of different artists and their work animated to flow through this beautiful story. But even when you take a step back, all of those little elements in terms of who's on the team, who's making those decisions, right? What artists are we working with? How do we actually collaborate with them and have a dialogue and it's not executional? That is what we have as the core of all of our approach to marketing, even if it's not our marketing strategy on a page.
Well, I think you had mentioned a fun story you had about Bisa Butler and her experience with the brand. I just having a personal experience, and I watched a lot of those spots, and it is a very beautiful story. And truly this authentic voice is what is the most important part of it. I'd love to hear just in terms of, if you were going to share with this crowd that's watching you right now, what would you say for a brand that really wants to come into this space in an authentic way, where it's not essentially baked into their original mission? How do brands come to the table in a way that isn't going to backfire on them?
Yeah, I think the first thing is you have to do the work, right? So you have to lay the foundation and ensure that what you're speaking about is truly ingrained in how you operate, how you move every single day, as well as a true understanding of what your brand purpose is. I think that's critically important. One thing that I do love about the brand is so many people have a personal relationship. As you mentioned, Bisa Butler was excited to work with us as a brand because years ago, we had provided her daughter with product and for an after school program, and it was kind of above and beyond what they were kind of expecting. And she had that moment, kind of tucked in the back of her mind. And when we approached Bisa to work together, she kind of revealed that story that, we weren't necessarily.
That is so fun. So her daughter wrote a letter and a big box arrived?
Exactly, right? So, and I think it humanizes the brand, right? Those are those moments where they write to this big company, and especially when you're a child, you're like, it feels like a really large organization, and then they write back, right? We have that time to take the moment and say, it makes sense to invest in these Black women when they're girls, when they're trying to figure out their hair, when they're trying to figure out themselves and their identity. Hair care is a huge part of that. But that is, it's a wonderful story, and one that I know is not just a singular version of kind of how we end up hearing about a lot of the work that's done.
Well, in the message of beauty, I think just going back to the Target example, moving the product into the beauty space and having that be a part of just the natural part of what's in the beauty department already. I feel like that is definitely something that has made a huge impact on the brand. Let's talk a little bit about the Shea list, because I think it's interesting to look at how you actually showcase and support the people that you bring into, and the Black entrepreneurs that you support, how they can get continued support from you beyond just the initial outreach.
Mm-hmm. So I would say, again, in the vein of doing the work, the Shea list was really a powerful visual of the entrepreneurs that we've supported over the course of our company's history, and it was the first time that it was really brought together. So I encourage everybody to visit SheaMoistureFund.com. You can actually physically see the Shea List. You see all of these wonderful women, their organizations that are thriving, and that's something that we're really proud of. Again, in doing that work, it's important to know that we've invested $8 million to date through whether it's pitch competitions, educational resources, mentorship. And that work didn't happen last year when we decided to show up. It's been ingrained in how we operate. So the Shea List is really a representation of the work that we do every day. And it's important to know that we really feel like we invest in the dreams of Black entrepreneurs, whether it's working with the Dartmouth program and providing those educational resources, whether it's even investing in making sure that there's opportunities for Black women to go to college through our Jackie Robinson Fund collaboration. It's something that we constantly want to identify new and better spaces for us to support women.
I'm always interested to hear about people's backgrounds and where they came to in their career and how you came to Shea Moisture and Sundial. Just tell us a little bit about your background.
Sure. So I'm one of the rare people that decided when they were like 14 that they wanted to work in advertising.
You're kidding. That's hilarious. I love that.
Yeah. So, and I'll give you a little bit of a long story if you want to go back.
I do. I really do.
Yeah. So I would always pick apart commercials, right? So I would be sitting watching TV with my mother and I'd be like, oh, they should have chose this person, or why didn't they have people that looked like me in this ad? Or I think they could have changed the language so that it was this versus that. And my mother was like, that's somebody's job. And I was like, all right, that's what I'm going to do. So that seed was always planted from a very early age of what I dreamed or envisioned my career to be in business. My route is, I think, typical for most people in the media discipline, in that I graduated and a long part of my career has been focused on agency life. So I've worked at a lot of the very large holding companies and on a number of different brands, a number of different categories, primarily in beauty and luxury. And one space that I've really felt like was tremendously impactful was when I worked on the Walmart business, and the supervisor that I had at the time was a wonderful mentor, and she was also a Black woman. And that was a space where I felt like, oh, I'm seeing somebody in a leadership position that looks like me and moves in a way that's so authentic. And that was the first time that I've seen that. I think women across the board, when they see that acknowledgement, they see that leadership, it's very, very transformational. And one of the reasons why I decided to move to Sundial was actually knowing that the space that I was going to be in, one, supported me as an individual, right? Supported me as a Black woman. And then also is a space where my leadership, the team that I work with every day, shows up and is a reflection of who our consumers are. So I think my background is more agency life. I think I can run down the roster of accounts I worked on, but that moment of seeing and knowing somebody looked like me and could have, and sparked the ability for me to move to my next position was important. And that's also what led me to work for Shea Moisture. I wanted to work for an organization that I knew mattered.
That is a terrific story. It's always interesting to hear if there is one transformational moment, but the fact that you were critiquing advertising at age 14, you're right. You sort of, you predicted your own destiny. That's spectacular.
I look back and I'm like, I wonder how my mom put up with me. I think I was in elementary school and I made like a PowerPoint presentation that justifies why I needed to get an allowance for doing chores. So it was always kind of in the back of my mind that I'd likely work in business, and I had a wonderful mother that made sure to support that.
That's spectacular. Making decks early on.
Exactly.
Do you look at the marketplace and see other brands where you think they're getting it right? I mean, we're not going to talk about anyone who's not getting it right, but I'd love to hear if you just have a personal, even if it's not necessarily in the beauty space, other brands that you really admire.
Yeah, so I will say it's one of the brands within the Unilever portfolio in that it's Ben & Jerry's. And I think they get it right in that they have a clear focus on whatever initiative that they take on. And it's not just lip service, they're doing work on the ground every single day. So that's one organization that I feel like does the work, they lay the foundation. They'll come out, they'll make a statement, and a lot of times that's when they'll get mentioned, but that doesn't take away the work that they do every single day to try to move policies forward.
I would absolutely agree. And having worked closely with them last year, it's a very impressive organization. So it's so nice that you're all in the same Unilever family. Going back to something you mentioned earlier, I'd love to hear more about influencers. It's something that a lot of brands have had great success with. There's other brands that have had some obstacles or things don't necessarily go the way that they want. How do you guys identify influencers and what impact do they have on things like R&D?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'd say influencers dimensionalize the brand, right? They give their own voice in a way that connects deeply with consumers because they have that personal relationship. I have tons of influencers that I feel like I'm friends with that I've never met in my entire life. I do think the program that we have is an opportunity for us to have an ongoing dialogue with the average consumer, right? So we work with a variety of different tiers of influencers, but the Shea Bastards program in particular really focuses on influencers that are growing their platform. I do, and I would be remiss as a media person to not say that it's important to also evaluate the performance of influencers, right? So there's a side of product gifting and having them share the message, but you do have to work through what is the effectiveness of this strategy, this approach, who we're working with. And I think one piece that is really important that I think a lot of marketers are starting to really learn is that you have to have a very, very crystal clear view of whether it's what purpose initiative you want folks to speak about, whether it's what the product or the product collection focuses on, and you have to be able to turn over the keys a little bit to the influencers because you've given them that vision. They're very, very clear on what's kind of the core elements that they need to dialogue around. And in doing that, I think there's just a huge seismic trend that sometimes takes a little bit of the power away from brands, right? But it has such fertile ground in terms of opportunity to have conversations. You think about spaces like Clubhouse versus more traditional platforms, and the dialogue and the types of conversations that you can have are very different. And I think that's something that consumers have always wanted. And it's going to start to span every single platform. It already has, and it's only going to continue to grow.
Since you mentioned measuring performance of influencers, which I do think is not only important, it's simultaneously pretty difficult to measure impact there. One of the things that I think, at least at Vox Media, we're super focused on with any purpose-driven marketing is the measurement piece of it. How do you actually make sure that you have the right story in the right context with the right audience to people who actually have the will and the means to actually take action? And then how do you measure whether they actually took action? So I'm just wondering for you in your marketing, when you look at your messaging and the fact that everything you do is purpose-driven, how much does that performance piece play into it?
Yeah, so I do think it's critical to evaluate the success, and it's very piecemeal, right? So you have to find the different resources and how you work together. I do think that we have a wonderful partnership with McMac, who provides kind of the connection point to our retail partners. And originally we were kind of focused purely on paid media in that partnership. But we realized there's also opportunity for us to work with them for our influencer campaigns. So while it's not a decision-making KPI, right, that it's something that we have as a data point to see what are the actual sales that this individual campaign or this individual influencer are driving, right? And that helps us internally know what is effective, what we should continue doing. I think it also helps in the conversations that we have with our retail customers as well. Yeah.
I'm wondering, since you mentioned Clubhouse, I'm curious to know if there are other platforms that you see that are emerging that are interesting to you as a marketer. And are you interested in audio? Is that something you're considering?
Yeah, so I think the power of audio has always been underestimated, whether it's terrestrial or digital. And I think Clubhouse is emerging, but it's not a new space, right? It's not the reinvention of audio. You can take it back and it feels like kind of a live podcast. You can take it even further and it really just feels like you're listening to radio, and you have that trust and that credibility that you put with the voices that you're hearing, regardless if you can't see their face. So I think it's definitely a platform that I find really interesting. I feel like most marketers have the same top two of like areas we want to explore. And it's Clubhouse and it's TikTok. And I think what is absolutely unique in those platforms is that you can't show up the way you show up anywhere else. You have to know, what is your strategy? How are you actually communicating the brand ethos for both spaces? Because it's not here's a message, absorb it. It's let's have a conversation, right? So a Clubhouse, when you're thinking about Clubhouse, it's how do you bring different thought leaders, right? Who are those advocates that you can bring along the way to talk about larger initiatives that you have? And then on TikTok, I think it's knowing your brand ethos and being able to communicate it in a way that is very evergreen and constantly changing just based off of what's kind of trending at the moment.
It is definitely a test of authenticity, isn't it? I love what you just said about you have to show up in a way that's completely unique to that platform. Mm-hmm. I do have a couple of questions here because we just have a few minutes left. I'm just checking to see if there's anything. We spent a lot of time on influencer campaigns, but there is a question. How do you balance micro influencer campaigns versus macro versus micro? When you're looking at identifying influencers, how important is follower count?
Yeah, so I think there's two different ways that you can work with influencers. And when we're thinking about influencers that have a larger following, it makes sense for us to tie them to one of our larger campaigns or big kind of tentpole moments throughout the year. I think the way that we like to work and partner with our smaller influencers is around either a collection launch. So we create our innovations within collections, or I would say the other way that we like to work with smaller influencers is really as content creators. And I think that's something that is very apparent. Again, when you think about platforms like TikTok, they are content creators, and the content need and feed on that particular platform necessitates us to work with a lot of different influencers in order to produce something that makes and feels fresh. But that's kind of how we distinguish or potentially work with different influencers. I don't think that it's no longer solely about the follower count. I think if you tie in your influencer strategy to your paid media strategy, a smaller influencer that produces really beautiful or really captivating content has the platform and the stage to reach the consumers that you're trying to connect with.
I love to hear that the content rules, because that's the beach that we are on here at Vox Media, is about creating content with our partners. Mm-hmm. So can you tell us, crystal ball, where are we a year from now in your marketing, in how do you see the reopening of the company impacting what you're doing with your marketing or what happens with your communities?
Yeah. So I think we will always support our communities, and navigating in 2020 has been one of the biggest challenges. So how do we adapt to a virtual space? Again, we had open dialogues, and whether it's a full-blown virtual event, whether it's seeing something that's going on in the world, knowing that it matters to Black people and saying we need to quickly jump on an Instagram live and allow people space to feel, right? That was something that we've kind of navigated. In terms of how we're reopening as a company, I will say when we left in March, I won the bet of saying that we were not going to be back into the office in 2 weeks, so I don't want to project anything into the future. But there will be continued.
Please do not tell us that we're here trapped in this virtual world for another year.
I hope so. I don't hope so. I don't hope we're in a virtual world next year, but I don't want to project and try to scenario plan. I think one of the biggest challenges in marketing in general is that we don't act and operate the way we did 10 years ago, right? You have a campaign, you set the campaign live, you wait a couple of months, you figure out the results, and then you rinse and repeat, right? Marketers have to be constantly aware of what is relevant, what's going on in culture. And I think a year from now, if you have that mindset, you're going to have the right direction. I think for our brand, I can't reveal everything, but I do know that the work that we did with It Comes Naturally was just the beginning of making sure that we unapologetically center Black women. So we'll look to continue that in the future.
Amazing. Okay, so I'll just do a couple of rapid fire here at the very, very end. What are you reading right now that you're excited about?
What am I reading right now? So I feel like right now, if I have to be honest, I'm reading a lot of third grade content just because of everything with staying at home.
Understood.
But it's also, it's a good reminder, and the new math and all of that, I'm relearning a lot of different things that I thought that I knew before.
Right. You're thinking, I am as smart as a third grader. I just took a test to make sure. Exactly. What are you watching? What are you streaming that you're obsessed with?
Well, one thing, and it's not like it's more a category of things. I've always been fascinated and love how things work or how things are built. So that's typically where I go to for a lot of my streaming content. It's watching how a rescue helicopter is built.
Amazing. Okay, I'm going to have to look that up and see if I can find that content.
I'll send you the link.
Ariel, I see you there. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
We are excellent.
So much for such an amazing session and fostering such important and crucial conversations. I cannot thank you both enough.
Thank you so much. Yes. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Have a great afternoon.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So with that, I will bring on our next session for the day. As always, another amazing session lined up for you all. Please give a warm welcome to Betty Ann Fialkov, the Director of Culture and Entertainment, Head of Influencer Marketing and Entertainment Events at Lyft, moderated by Casey Saran, the CEO at Spaceback. Welcome back. Hello.
Hi.
So Casey, your name says John, but I know your name's Casey. So everyone, please welcome Casey.
Yeah, it's kind of a closely kept secret that my first name is actually John. So I just spilled the beans for everyone here.
I'm so sorry. Well, welcome back. I love having both of you on the stage. So excited for this conversation.
Yeah, thanks so much. Likewise. Hey, Betty. So before we kick off, I gotta let you know I've gotten a lot of people excited, messaged me and saw this conversation on LinkedIn and have messaged me and said, whoa, you know Betty, and like a lot of people from different, like even like college friends. So you seem like quite a celebrity yourself. I've really been looking forward to this.
Oh, thank you.
To kick it off, I'll quickly introduce myself. So I'm Casey Saran. I am the founder and CEO at Spaceback, and our platform helps brands take their social media content and investment in social media and recreate those experiences in ad units to power paid business, as we see like a lot of brands have their best content in social. But today really wanted to pick your brain as an expert in the influencer space and social media, and get more insight on ways that we can kind of see things moving forward. I know, like we talked about in our kind of intro call, that we're probably going to spend less time on pandemic stuff, and focus more on like where things are going. Yeah, but do you want to give a quick intro on your role and what you're focused on?
Yeah. So hi, everyone. I'm Betty Ann Fialkov, and I head up influencer partnerships and entertainment event experiences at Lyft. I've been at Lyft for just over 3 years. Prior to that, I was at Google for a very long time. And basically, what my day-to-day is working with all tiers of influencers and celebrities, from micro influencers with 10 to 200,000 followers on one platform to, big tier A celebrities, household names, to help really tell the story of Lyft and, create content that tells a story. And then on the event side, pre-COVID, we were doing a lot of event partnerships and sponsorships. So for example, we were the official rideshare partner for the past years at Sundance and the Emmys. And so I helped bring that strategy to life and help produce that.
Awesome. And can you share with us, I haven't had too many celebrity encounters myself, so it sounds like you've gotten to work with a lot of celebrities, big and small. Can you share with us just who's been one of your favorite celebrities to work with, and why?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been doing this for about 10 years now. And so I've worked with a lot of celebrities and people that are now celebrities. They weren't as big back then, but I have to say, I've worked with John Legend and his team twice now, once at Google, once at Lyft. And I just think he is one of the most amazing people to work with. He's so smart and charismatic and down to earth. And he's really surrounded himself with people that have his best interest in mind. And so, he is not a diva when you're working with him. When I was at Google, we worked together on a music video that was shot entirely on Pixel 2. And then at Lyft, we worked together around some of our voting initiatives, getting the formerly incarcerated communities, which he's very passionate about, to polling stations so that they could vote. So I think, he was, him and his team were a dream. It doesn't always work that way. I've worked with partners who, are contracted to do one thing, do something else, and then they're on a flight to China and they've posted something that goes totally against like what the campaign is supposed to be about, and you can't get a hold of them and their management can't get a hold of them. And the thing that I always remember, though, in those cases, it's few and far between the cases where it's been sort of a bad experience. But in those cases, you always have to remember, like, you're dealing with humans. Like, it's not just a transaction. It's a human you're dealing with on the other end.
Yeah. And I have to imagine, like, a lot of these celebrities have different approaches to this, where some are probably, want to have more creative input, where others are just kind of tell me what to do. But, what is the spectrum that you've dealt with? Like, what's the best process, or I should say, like, for working with a celebrity? Like, how much do you want them to be involved in the creative process?
Yeah, I definitely, I think the best results that I've gotten from celebrity partnerships are when they are heavily involved with the process and we give them creative control of whatever it is. Like, when it comes down to it, whether it's a small micro influencer or a big celebrity, you're going to this person for their creative genius, for, their input. Like, long gone are the days of, like, here's a sponsorship, let's, show our product, and that's it. Like, it's really about telling a story. And we turn to these micro influencers to celebrities in order to help tell that story. And I want them to be able to authentically tell that story. And the only way that's possible is if they are really allowed to have creative input. Once you put these influencers and celebrities into a box and give them so many guidelines, then it kind of ruins, that relationship. When I was at Google, I did a lot of product partnerships where we went to, names like Skrillex, who was super popular at the time. This was like 8 years ago. Skrillex or Jeff Koons, the artist. And we had them create a physical product, which was phone cases at the time. And those products told a story, and then we sold them on the Google store. And we didn't tell them what to create. They came up with, everybody we worked with came up with the ideas of, this is what the phone case should look like. This is a story it should tell. Had we at Google told them that, it would defeat the purpose of the partnership.
That's really cool, and actually gives me more faith as a consumer that like these celebrities are actually when they're putting their name on something. I imagine that the reason they're a celebrity in the first place is their creative process is respected, and people look up to that in one way or another. So that makes a ton of sense. And I have to imagine the celebrities, it's in their best interest to for their own brand to be authentic as well. So it's
Definitely.
great that the majority of your experiences sound like they've been positive.
Yeah. And I mean, like, to that point, there are a lot of celebrities that are getting involved with brands and getting involved as like a specific role within the brand. So they'll be the, lead creative director, or they'll, I just saw something that a big TikToker is now leading up like TikTok partnerships at a brand. They're bringing these creators in-house in order to help with that and really give them kind of like skin in the game.
Yep. No, this is awesome. And I think the really good segue into kind of talking about authenticity, and that is like really, I think what makes influencer marketing, so effective is it feels a lot more authentic than just a brand talking to you. I do think like with that, there are risks over time as the creator economy matures, of like retaining that kind of authenticity. It sounds like you're really mindful about that when you're working with celebrities. When you're working with like other kinds of influencers, or even influencers that have smaller audiences, like you said, what are the how do we preserve authenticity as over time? And it feels like most brands now are working with influencers. It's not like as new of a thing as it was a few years ago.
Yeah. I think like the word authenticity gets thrown around all the time associated with influencers. And I think there's not another word for it to replace it, but you really want to look for partners that have the same brand ethos and same like philosophies and thoughts as your brand, because that is how synergies are going to form, and that is how the content is going to remain authentic. And so I think now more than ever, consumers call out BS. Like they know when somebody is slanging a product on Instagram or TikTok and they're not true to that product. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why is this influencer, talking about like these gummy bears? Like, it doesn't make sense. And so, especially on TikTok, people on TikTok are the first to like call out a brand when they see just, inauthentic content and things like that. And so I think as a brand, it's really important to do your research prior, to make sure that, even if it's a small influencer with, 10,000 followers, that every single influencer we work with at Lyft, I scroll through their content. I check to see the bigger influencers, we go even deeper, but, for micro influencers, I scroll through all of their content. And for TikTokers, same thing. I make sure that there's no conflicts of interest, that there's, they're not talking about another rideshare company or something that goes against our values at Lyft. And then I think kind of going back to your point before, creating content that is authentic to them. So, if somebody is a comedian, go to them with an idea that is going to be able to highlight their talent. If they're a photographer, if they're a dancer, like whatever it is, make sure that whatever the ask is that you as a brand are coming to them with makes sense for their content and their feed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a lot of brands I think are trying to move pretty quickly, with TikTok and figuring out, what is their content strategy there. And I think there is, like you said, there's some no-nos, right? Where like the TikTok community calls out things that they perceive to not be authentic. And I think that's part of like what is both attractive and scary to a lot of marketers about TikTok is like, it's very authentic. You go viral on TikTok, you're on that For You page. And I've heard brands say that every part of their business sees a boom, not just like, digital sales on TikTok or other social platforms, but across the board. So kind of a lot of upside, but I think that perceived risk is really real. Like where TikTok's a little scarier, that like people will jump on you if you don't do it right.
Yeah.
Are there like, I know you shared a couple of tips like to research, the influencers and stuff, but what are like when people jump on brands about not being authentic? What is the fallout of that? Is it just like lots of negative comments, or does it go beyond that? What should we look out for?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it can definitely turn into a PR nightmare as well. And so you have to be super careful about it. You also have to, prepare your influencers. So, we just did a vaccine access campaign, and in that, there's a lot of people who don't believe in getting the vaccine, and that's, up to the general public what they want to do. But we had to prepare the influencers that we partnered with who were pro-vaccine, just in case they got trolled. We let them know like what Lyft's stance was. Like Lyft, it says that it's up to you, but we are encouraging people to take a Lyft if they do choose on their own to get the vaccine. And so we had to prepare those influencers because there could be backlash from people that don't believe in that. And so I think just being aware of what could as a brand, like that authenticity, and preparing your influencers and making sure that they're equipped with knowledge is key.
Yep. Nice. And also part of like working with, another thing that we're seeing more of is brands promoting social causes. And I think that has been a little bit response to the pandemic, but also just the way the world's been going overall is people are purpose driven when they're making purchase decisions and stuff. So a lot of authenticity, that topic kind of blends into like brands being themselves too. Can you also share some tips, for how the best ways of promoting like social causes that the brand is behind?
Yeah, a lot of what we do at Lyft is really around our impact work, and influencers and celebrities more than ever are really looking for meaning in what they talk about and the content that they talk about. I think a lot of influencers and celebrities would, rather take less money and talk about something that like can truly like have impact on society versus taking, more money for talking about like a product. Like a lot of our campaigns center around our mission to provide transportation for all. So no matter your race, income, or zip code, we really want to make sure everybody has access to affordable transportation. And it really shouldn't be a barrier to, get to your basic needs. So a couple of campaigns I'd love to talk about. The first, a year ago, we did a partnership with LeBron. And the background of this is growing up, LeBron loved riding his bike as a kid. It helped him, get to practices. It helped him like really like have opportunities. And so that was a passion point for him. And at Lyft, we own one of the biggest bike shares, the biggest bike share across the country. So City Bike in New York, for example, Bay Wheels in San Francisco. And so what we did with LeBron, we partnered with him and the YMCA in order to give City Bike memberships to underprivileged youth. And they were like 17, 18-year-olds, so juniors, seniors, and high school. And we really told a story around that. And it was super authentic to LeBron's narrative. Like before this partnership, there was, articles about him and his passion for biking and things like that. So we worked with him. we worked with a macro influencer named Nigel Sylvester, who is a BMXer, and he creates beautiful video content. And so he actually helped create the direction of what our piece of video content was that we put out into the world. He helped with that. He also did his own content. And then we worked with about 50 micro influencers to help like tell their story. And because there was this social impact message, people just loved being involved with it. And I think it was just like authentic to everybody that was involved with it, which was really important. Another example was we did a really big campaign around voting. And so you're probably familiar, we had a national discount code that anybody could use to get to the polls. And we also partnered with specific partners such as LeBron's More Than a Vote, John Legend, DaBaby, some other big names, in order to really target specific communities that we gave free rides to the polls. And so again, like this was something like very impact related, and it was authentic to everyone's stories. I know I mentioned John Legend before, but he works with the formerly incarcerated communities, and so this was just it wasn't like we were asking him to do something that he wasn't passionate about, And so, I think having an impact related message makes it a lot easier to identify partners who are passionate about that and that want to work with you because of that.
Yeah. And what I think is so cool, both from a personal and a business perspective, is it sounds like you take the time to get to know these celebrities and like what, like their story, and not telling their story. But the thing about LeBron that, I didn't know that he, saw almost his bicycle as like freedom when he was younger. And like, that's what transportation to like free transportation represents. So it sounds like you didn't really come to him with that story, but, a bicycle, it's just really cool that you take that approach, and you probably get to form more personal relationships with some of these celebrities than you would otherwise if you're just giving them like a creative brief and telling them to get to work.
Exactly. But it goes back to authenticity. It's like we do our work on our end to do the research and figure out like who makes sense. Like, is this person going to be able to authentically tell our joint story together?
Yep. And I think that we've seen celebrities in marketing for a while, and we will continue to, into the future, just because of the mass appeal and attention that they attract. With regards to like smaller influencers who have less of a kind of just wide general audience, that seems to be kind of a newer phenomenon that, is becoming more and more mature. And we talked about some of the no-nos to preserve authenticity. What I think a lot about is like, how do brands stay ahead of this like trend for like what's authentic now is probably not authentic a couple years from now. Like when we were talking before, we talked about how like a couple, like 10 years ago, if a brand just had a Facebook account, that was cool, authentic. They were looking more like a person. And, now it's not, that doesn't do much for you just to have an account there. But what do you think, like, how does this all evolve? And like, 5 years from now, what are, what's this kind of micro influencer space going to look like?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's always going to be influence, there always has been influence. I think, there's different types of influencers and different types of influence. I think now like LinkedIn has a huge influencer community, and those influencers are so different than the influencers that you're seeing on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter. And so I think, micro influencers, as we call them, they're going to evolve to be different things, like with the evolution of new platforms like Clubhouse, for example. And I know they talked about Clubhouse in the last session a little bit that I tuned in for. But there are influencers bubbling up on that. They're thought leaders, and they're hosting rooms, and they may not have thousands of followers on Instagram or on TikTok, but they're becoming these voices on Clubhouse. And so how do brands work with these people? And so I think it's always evolving as the platforms and technology evolve.
Yep, I agree with you completely. And I think, to your point, they're going to keep evolving. We at Spaceback, part of our hypothesis is that a lot of the trends around social being such an amazing platform for content marketing, and most brands are now pretty social first when it comes to how they think about content marketing and talking to brand identity and building relationships. A lot of that does start on social these days. We think that a lot of these concepts are bigger than just the walled gardens, and a lot of this kind of media can power performance for brands, even in paid environments or open market. Can you talk a little bit about, are there ways that you are getting more out of influencer content other than it just being posted on the influencer's handle, or are there other ways that you're getting that to market?
Yeah. So, I always say this, like, influencer marketing is, a piece of the marketing pie. And like, when it really works is when marketing channels are firing on all cylinders. And, a lot of people come to me and say, okay, should we run an influencer campaign around this? And I always ask them, well, what else are you doing to support whatever that is? Like, it shouldn't just be an influencer campaign. And so I think, the perfect storm of influencer work is when paid is put behind it. Influencers organically will post to their channels. Great. We, as a brand, we can repurpose their content on our channels. Okay. But where you really see the magic happening is when paid is put behind it. You're boosting, the influencer posts, you're boosting, the brand posts. And so I think like that is where you see the most, ROI from influencer work.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. And how do you know, like, what kind of, do you look at organic metrics to decide what to kind of put paid behind, or is it just everything that you're creating you want to have some kind of paid behind, or how does that campaign kind of planning process work?
Yeah, so we actually recently started testing this out. So previously when we would have, these big sort of celebrity driven campaigns around our tentpole moments, and longer form content was created, then we would put paid behind that. But we recently tested out doing some paid across TikTok with our influencer content. So I mentioned a little bit earlier that we ran a vaccine access campaign, and basically what we did is we identified around 55 influencers on TikTok, and we worked with them in order to tell a story about getting their loved ones to their vaccine appointments. There's a new feature within, relatively new feature within Lyft called Rides for Others, where you're now able to call a ride for another person. And instead of when the Lyft driver arrives, instead of the Lyft driver seeing like your face in the app, they'll see the person that you called the ride for's face. So it connects, and it's a pretty cool feature. And so we worked with these TikTokers to help tell this story. We took that content from TikTok, and then we remixed it and turned it into some content that lived on our own channels across TikTok, Instagram, Reels, Twitter. And then we put paid behind a handful of the influencer TikTok posts, as well as we put paid behind our remix content. And so like that was how we spread it out. This was the first time that we've done something like this, robust with testing out, like boosting the content. So it's still actually like ongoing right now. So we don't have any like key metrics or reports back yet, but I have a hunch that it's performing very well.
Nice. Yeah. And that's so fascinating to us is, a lot of, the traditional creative director says you have to create the right content for the right platform. And that is like kind of what it's interesting. Some people I've heard us say that's the authentic approach, and other people are like, the authentic approach is getting your best content in front of people wherever they are. So it's almost like I can understand both perspectives here, but we definitely are seeing a ton of benefit on our platform too when marketers use high performing social content to power paid media. One thing I just have to ask here is how do you approach rights management? Is that something that you think about up front whenever you're working with any kind of creator, and do you ever get pushback there?
Yeah, definitely. So typically we license content from the creators. We don't own the content. Like when I mentioned we like remix the content, created our own, we own that. But the content that the creator made, we license it essentially. But yes, like we're always thinking about, like the best way, the most fair way to work with creators and work with their content. With TikTok, obviously music plays such an important part in TikTok. And so that's been something like we haven't really experimented with yet, because there's so many like licenses and things involved with that, and then repurposing, on our brand channels. So for this vaccine access campaign, for example, we said like no music. I think in the future, like we want to test out, we will license like a handful of songs, and then see, the creator can choose like what to use. But for this example, we just said like voiceover, no music.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, because in TikTok, the creators can select pretty much whatever they want, but that is part of the TikTok partnership. So if you want to take that outside of TikTok, you don't necessarily you might have rights to the content the creator made, but not necessarily to the audio. Did I understand that right?
Yeah, exactly. And as a brand as well,
Yep. Interesting. And then with regards to, like TikTok creators, are you finding that like, are creators these days like on any platform? Are there specific creators that like are, these are TikTok, these are, Instagram, these are Facebook? Do you have an idea of the platform that you want to work with, or is it more about the creator and then the platform is secondary?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I keep on referencing this campaign, but it's just so top of mind because we just did it. But, with this vaccine access campaign, it was TikTok first. Like that's how we found the creators. The creators didn't necessarily have a big following on Instagram or the other platforms. And I think what's interesting about that and a challenge was that, in converting their content from TikTok to Instagram, it didn't always like translate as well, because they're TikTok native creators. They're creating for their audience on TikTok, and the audience on TikTok is different than the audience on Instagram. And so, I think a big learning for me from this campaign is next time I want to have TikTok focused creators. I also want to have, Reels focused creators, and so on. And I think there can be creators that can do it both. And I think there could be content that could translate for both audiences. But, we're still like in the test and learn phase of, who we are on TikTok and what that looks like. And so I think that, I want to experiment in the future. So, to answer your question, I think going with what the type of content is that you want, for this campaign, there were certain types of creators we wanted. Like we wanted creators that could play multiple characters. And so we found this a hilarious comedian named Ginny Lorenzo, and she plays herself, and then she plays her abuela. And her content, like she has, I would say, I think maybe like 200,000 followers on TikTok. She doesn't have like, this macro following, but her content is so good and so funny. And we knew that she'd be able to like hit this out of the park, which she did. So we were really like looking for that type of creator in this case.
Yep. Yeah. And that's another thing that I thank you so much for, I feel like I'm learning a ton from you right now. So when you're, working with a new influencer too, or new creator, when you think about the value that you're paying them for, it sounds like you really value the content. It's not just about the audience that they have on the platform, and I'm sure that's part of it. But in this case, it was like more about this person's going to create the right content for us, and they don't necessarily have the going to get the most eyeballs. The other influencers could get you more eyeballs perhaps, but really being content first, which is I think one of the best ways to preserve authenticity too. But how do you kind of have is there a formula to place value on reach versus content creation, or is it always content first, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a great question because, it used to be, I would always try to balance engagement rate and impressions because, as the number of followers goes up, the engagement rate goes down. And so working with a big celebrity, the engagement rate is not going to be as high, but you may be able to get PR, whereas working with micro influencers, the engagement rate is going to be so much higher, but you're not going to be able to get, any press around it necessarily. And I think now, I'm super focused on what that content is and can we how we can repurpose that content. I don't own our social channels. I work very closely with the social team. And so, we're constantly thinking through how the story we want to tell on our own channels and how we can, how I can, figure out what celebrities and influencers would be best to help create that content. So I think at this point, it's really content driven.
That's really good to hear too, because I do think part of the distrust in influencers, or some of the distrust we're starting to see from consumers has to do with an influencer who has 90% of their following are bots, and it's kind of cooking numbers and less about content. But I love hearing that content is first and foremost what you care about, and also being mindful that content can be can be purpose driven and can drive your messaging outside of social and on your own properties. In terms of paid media, are you using, when you talk about amplifying for paid or putting paid spend behind content that's working, is that specifically on the platforms that it's created for, or are you using it for programmatic or other types of distribution?
Great question. So currently it's on the platform. So on TikTok, on Instagram, we haven't dabbled in using it in other ways yet, but I definitely could, see us doing that in the future.
Yep. Yeah, interesting. And one thing I see with TikTok more and more with content being used in other platforms that it's a really little thing, but I'm fascinated by how TikTok puts the watermark on TikTok videos, and then I haven't seen a download button on Instagram or anything, the way that you can just download a video from TikTok. And it's almost like they're what we were talking about earlier about these things being bigger than the walled gardens. It feels like TikTok's wall is not as high as some of these other platforms, or at least they are going to market understanding that TikToks are going to be outside of TikTok. And that watermark to me is always fascinating, because half the things I see on Reels sometimes has a TikTok watermark on it.
Right. Right.
Do you think that's something we're going to see more of?
Yeah. So yes, you see TikToks all over Instagram, in feed posts, you see people posting TikTok videos. But there are apps out there that can remove the watermark. So I feel like I wonder if TikTok is going to somehow change that and make it so that there's no way that you can remove the watermark. I don't know, but it can be done. There's hacks.
No, interesting. And the fact that they even let you have the content, even if there's a watermark in it, to me is hugely pushing the industry forward in terms of how brands think about being in the walled gardens. And it's almost encouraging people to I was pumping gas the other day, and that little screen on my gas station was there were TikToks playing on that. And I don't know the business behind or what deals led that to happen.
Wow.
But it was a head scratcher for me, because I've never really seen an Instagram carousel in those kind of situations.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And I think even if that TikTok watermark wasn't there, what's kind of cool about TikTok, I totally would have known it was TikTok by like the vertical. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
yeah, it's very distinct. It's very distinct. I mean, even when you like think of YouTube as well, you know, YouTube, you can't like download the videos. But YouTube is very distinct in the format where you probably, well, I don't know, maybe not. It's a good question to think about. TikTok is so distinct, like you know it when you see it.
Yep. Yeah, and I think what's interesting about YouTube and like what we've looked at is brands seem to use it totally differently. Like some brands, it's like for fun, you know, some brands it's instructional videos, some brands it's influencers, and you know, there's a huge spectrum of what YouTube is used for. And TikTok, it's all fun. Like you can't, yeah, you have to be fun on TikTok. And I do think it makes that the whole TikTok experience a lot more like, you know, when TikToks come other places, I think all those fun signals are kind of brought along with the music and, you know, there's just it just seems like so far, like kind of it's all good vibes over there. So it'll be interesting to see how that is retained over time.
I agree. I think like as a brand, like how we're looking at TikTok is that it's sort of like our playful experimental channel that, you know, we can have fun with. You know, our the person who is basically like the community manager of TikTok for us, she is really engaged with, you know, audiences, making comments on, you know, posts that aren't ours and responding to people who are commenting on our posts. Like we're really, you know, engaging in the community. But like you have to be engaging with the community. We didn't launch our TikTok until right before Super Bowl. And our launch was, we basically repurposed some of our old branded content called Undercover Lyft, where we have celebrities and athletes drive for Lyft and surprise their passengers. This was a content series that lives on YouTube. We repurposed some of the content, made it into TikTok format, and we, you know, went hard right before Super Bowl, and we had 2 videos that we posted with Gronk driving for Lyft and Undercover Lyft. Perfect timing, which was really fun. And you know, it was playful. Like that was like what we had to do to make our entrance into TikTok, and it worked really well. I think now we have like 70 or 80,000 followers on there, so it's growing.
Wow. And it's so relatable too. Like I can't imagine what would be more fun than you know, just trying to get from A to B and then having a like John Legend pick me up or something. That's so
right.
Cool. Yep. I have a few questions from the audience, but seeing you back, Ariel, I don't think I'm going to get to them.
No, totally. We could do a rapid fire. I mean, no one is after you, so totally we can take them.
Cool.
Okay, I'll just do a quick one because actually a couple different people asked this question when you talked about avoiding a PR nightmare. When like that's a risk. How do you respond to a PR nightmare if that does come up, you know, in this kind of influencer category?
Yeah. So I think first and foremost, when you're doing campaigns with influencers, your PR team should know what's going on, and there should be an evaluation of like, you know, like risk. And I also think like your social team, that you have like a CET team, like if you can loop them in as well, just because they're going to be the front people that are having to respond to this. And so I think getting ahead of it can help like down the road. I think, knock on wood, I've never had a PR nightmare with a celebrity or influencer partner. So thank God. But you know, there has been stuff that has happened that could have caused a nightmare. We partnered with Demi Lovato a while ago, and then she relapsed, and you know, there was obviously separation between the partnerships and stuff in that time, but you never know. Like, again, these people are human. Luckily, like nothing came out of that. Nobody was like, oh, Lyft, like, you know, you partnered with her. And now Demi's on top of the world with, you know, her YouTube video that's out, movie that's out. So I think yeah, I think how to handle a PR nightmare, I think getting ahead of it is the best way to handle it.
Yep. Cool. That's super helpful. Betty, thank you so much. I've done a lot of these and I feel like I learned a ton today. It was a fun conversation, and this is going to be stuff that I think about a lot more the rest of the week and moving forward.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. This was really fun. I enjoyed talking to you, and thank you for having us, brand innovators.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. This was such an amazing conversation around all things influencers, TikTok, entertainment, everything. I loved it. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
So that was our last session of the day. So we will now wrap up the summit. Thank you all for tuning in. We hope that you join us next week on Tuesday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our Consumer Engagement Summit. We will be joined by leaders from Ulta Beauty, Johnson & Johnson, US Bank, DoorDash, Target, Mass Mutual, Century 21, and many more. So thank you again for joining us, and we hope to see you soon.